night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you broke, your love life's the old way. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. When it hasn't been your day, week, your month, even your year. But I'll be there for you when the rain starts to pour. I'll be there for you like I've been there before. I'll be there for you 'cause I'm there for
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
Slaves used to work all day, every day, with no pay. But they got free food, water, and shelter. Today, we work all day, nearly every day, and we get paid. But the money we make, we spend on food, water, and shelter. We're still slaves. The only thing that has changed is the illusion of freedom.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
Now let me see you whack. Drop it to the floor, drop it to the floor then. Now lean then.
Gravy make a splash like Pippin. that's nothing. Splash. Everybody call me Big Pimpin'. No, I ain't bluffing. I'm with your mom in the kitchen, making blueberry muffins.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Don't get that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings.
Chicken banana, chicken banana, chicken banana, banana, banana.
I remember when I lost my mind.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you from the backside of the moon. Not really, because nobody can really get up there or anything, but these little childlike people like to pretend. They like to think that that's real stuff so that these incels can maybe one day wander the galaxy in search of desperate green broads that'll finally give it up to them. I don't know what their whole thing is. I can only imagine. I would go to Mars in a heartbeat. And then do what? Once you got there, then what? You're not coming back. You know, you're done. That was the trip. It's over. You now live in a cold desert that you have to stay indoors unless you put on some kind of a weird suit and go out there and hop around and look at some rocks and shit. And I guess that's about all you're going to get. You know, that's it. It's over. It's all done. You have to grow potatoes in your poop just to eat. You know, I've saw the movie. I don't want no poop potatoes. Nobody wants poop potatoes. Poop potatoes would be disgusting. Some kind of hybrid potato with corn. Ugh, nasty. So what do we got going on out here? We got saddle bums here tonight. Boy, I got a nice little freaking buzz. This is good. Mr. Super Sidewinder here with us. Rick Swain. Good day. Look at my rocket, he says. He says, look at my rocket. Nobody wants to see your rocket. Put it away. D-Man. What's up, brother? That fuzzy booger in here tonight. And you know what? We had the No Square song. I almost played it twice for you, my man. Almost. Got Veronica Joseph here, Nate X, Mr. Super Sidewinder, Heron, sweetie. She's here with us too. Saddle Bum. What else? Nate. Oh my God. Crosshatch. Look at there. Mojo's in here somewhere. I see people talking to him. Where's Mojo? Mojo's up in here somewhere. David Karash. We have. There's Mojo. He says, look at there. Good to see you, bro. Good to see you too, my friend. Sean Godrew. I guess that's what that is. Godred. Oh, Lord. Who else? I think that's pretty much covers everybody that I've seen on here, but other people will be making it here as we go. I'm going to wait till it gets here a little bit because I was having a fun time. These people trying to prove gravity. And of course, you know, this fictitious gravity comes this famous 18th century experiment by an eccentric man by the name of Cavendish. And they use that as a proof of mass attracting mass. But is it? No. It's a proof of movement. No attraction was involved. And we're going to show, I'm going to get into it a little bit more too here in a little bit. We're going to let some people get in here. But if you look at it, the way the thing is set up, okay, if I push the little weight that's hanging on the torsion bar, if I push it with my finger, is it going to end up where the bigger ball is at? Well, of course it is. It can't go anywhere else. It's in a radial motion. It can't move any other direction. It can only go in that radial direction. And if you place something in its path, that doesn't mean that it was attracted to it. It just means that you blocked the path of movement. You haven't proven that movement took place because of an attraction at all. Here would be the thing to do. Move the two big weights outside of the radial movement. Okay? Outside of that. Then what should happen is that smaller weight should swing around and then slightly go past the bigger weight and then come back and eventually stay locked in a position lined up with those bigger masses. But they don't do that at all. They also don't do it without the bigger masses because it'll still fucking move. Okay. So it doesn't prove mass attracting mass. Mass would have no reason to be attractive at all. There's no source of energy detected to create a force capable of moving mass. And obviously no entropic value to it because it just never runs out. So it's a cockamamie myth that they use, and they've drilled it into people's heads that they think that's it. And here's the proof of it. Look, we put this bigger ball in the fucking path of a radial direction of this thing and it moved. Okay, how's that prove an attraction? It doesn't. It just proves movement. It doesn't mean that there was any attraction taking place. And like I said, you can remove the larger weights and it'll still fucking move. So what a crock of shit that is. And I'm tired of arguing with these dumb motherfuckers that it even means anything. I'm just amazed that in the 21st century, a quarter of the way into it, and the best proof of your myth of mass attracting mass is some cockamamie contraption developed in the 18th century by some wackadoodle elite inbred. Are you shitting me? What the fuck? Is that what makes science antiquity? That's what it is because it's buried in antiquity. It makes it science or something? What the fuck are these people even thinking? Jesus Christ. Sickening. Anyway, I got some fun shit to go over here today. Oh my God. Yeah, somebody was talking to me about the slavery, which has been a big thing throughout the ages. But in the United States particularly, there seems to be a lot of groups of people that are focused on something that happened well over 160 years ago, which is really ridiculous because it's not it is taking place now. It's just everybody's a slave. But we find out that there was a certain group of people that was running that slave trade, and it was to their benefit to keep it. So once again, you think that small hat's intervention into your politics, your country, and the way you live is new. It's not. This has been going on for a long, long, long time. Every time there's always a small hat underneath. So let me bring this up real quick. And if anybody wants to come up and discuss anything, go ahead and hit the link, which is pinned in the chat. And you're free to come on up here as long as you observe conversational decorum. And if you have differing views, try to not be adversarial about it, and you'll get a better result. Anyway, here we go.
Biggest slavers in the 16th century, the Ashkenazi, were the biggest slavers in the 16th.
Hold on, bro. That's anti-Semitic. Their rabbis don't even think that. Oh,
black people are supposed to be inferior, and they pointed out to the curse of Chum. Now, it happens to be that Jewish law permits the enslavement of any non-Jew, white or black.
Well, never mind.
That's another question.
The Ashkenazi were the biggest slavers in the 16th and 17th century. There's a ton of sources out there, but I'll stick with the Jewish ones because that's just safer. Jewish merchants routinely possessed enormous numbers of slaves temporarily before selling them off. If a slave auction fell on a Jewish festival, it was postponed due to lack of buyers and sellers. Rabbi Herbert Bloom adds that the slave trade was one of the most important Jewish activities.
The cotton plantations in many parts of the South were wholly in the hands of the Jews, and as a consequence, slavery found its advocates among them.
Have nothing to do with the fruitless deeds of darkness, but rather expose them.
It's what we do, baby. That's what we do. That's what we do. The Orsini family, okay? So the Rothschilds are actually part of the Orsini bloodline. If you're not sure who the Orsini bloodline is, It's one of the most powerful families in the world. And they're higher in power than the black pope and the white pope. They're basically always hold the office of the gray pope. See, and you thought Gandalf was confusing, right? Well, this whole pope thing is really fucked up. Maybe that's the Trinity that they're praying to. Who knows?
Rothschilds come from the Orsini family. Roth means red in German, and the Orsini means red bear, little red bears. That's what Orsini means. The grey pope is Pepe Orsini. He trumps the black, he trumps the white pope.
The grey pope is even higher than the black and the white pope.
The Orsini is the Maxima family. They are the maximum family. They are on top. And somehow they've trumped the Colonna and the Farnese, which I know without any doubt through all my studies that they are the three most powerful Illuminati.
What about Rothschild and Rockefeller?
Well, they are Orsini. They just changed their name. Rockefeller were Rothschilds. Rothschilds were Orsini. Orsini were a family which have their lines in Babylon and Egypt. They tell you that. You read their biographies. They'll tell you that. We go back to Nimrod. They tell you that. The Rothschilds say that. We go back to Nimrod. How? Through the Orsini. So Rockefeller, Rothschild, Orsini, and then you go back to the Persian and Egyptian dynasties.
What the fuck, right? Great series on videos on the top 13 families on Odyssey. Thank you, Scotty. Thank you. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh yeah, here's this one. It says it's another one of these cop videos I kept up with too. It says a police sergeant claimed that a teen pointed a gun at her, then her own body cam proved that she lied. See, this is the world we live in. Even with video accountability, these motherfuckers will lie to try to jack you up, man. It doesn't matter. They don't even need you to break a law that they'll just jack you up. It's getting fucking crazy.
Recording. I need another partner now. Don't move. Don't move. Do not fucking move. No, stop.
Okay. You have a weapon on you?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, but not anymore.
He had it pointed up at me. Okay. Are you okay? Are you okay? Just take a breath. Take a breath. Okay. Come on, knees. Come here. You come here. Right here. You're going to stop me. Yeah, come here. Just come here.
What did the guys get out of the park?
Yeah.
This car is this.
Hers. Take a breath. Wow. Yeah. Take a breath. Take a breath. Because I was like, what are you doing? And I leaned forward and I could see it. Take a breath. Take a breath. Yep. Oh, he has it all on video, so I can take his phone as evidence. Take a breath. Okay.
What do we need? I removed the firearm from the passenger and put it in the back seat.
I don't know where to find it.
No, it's in the back seat.
Driver.
Driver's in the passenger in the back seat.
I'm pretty positive. Just take a breath. Yeah.
Just so I know about your search.
Yes.
You want to take her?
Yeah. Let me. I
Come with.
I'm okay.
I'm not good. You okay?
No, I'm 100% sure the gun didn't go off. I don't know when he leaned forward. I was like, "What are you doing?" And I went like, "No,
Are you okay?
Yeah.
What else do you need from us, Sergeant?
Nothing for now. This is ridiculous.
I'll get the phone to the board.
Wow.
We're in record.
There's the body cam, right? Nobody pulled any fucking gun on anybody except the cop. What the fuck? It doesn't, you see, if you're that goddamn scared all the time, you don't need to be out there on the street. You don't need to be a cop. That's just all there is to it. These little pussy bitch fucks that are out there trying to do this shit, you know, and they, you know, especially these ponytail police. I'm sorry, man. No, these women don't have it. The only ones you ever see, well, no, they're all very high strung. Every female cop I've ever seen is very high strung, like they got some kind of shit to prove. And so they go above their fucking pay grade to do shit. See? Crazy, man. Crazy. What is this one? Small Hat Land was founded by a terrorist organization. Oh, okay. I believe that. We'll get into it here about I'm going to go over that Cavendish experiment again, too, in a minute and get some more people in here.
Why I don't like the nation.
You know what? I put this fucking thing was playing and I didn't share it because I'm a dumbass. Sorry.
Why I don't like the nation state of Israel, part 1. They were literally founded by terrorist organizations. 3 terrorist organizations to be specific. The Haganah, the Irgun, and the Lehi. They carried out violent attacks in Palestine and received weapons and funding from the Jewish mob in America, with gangsters like Meyer Lansky using their control of New York docks to smuggle arms past U.S. embargoes and help these militants prepare for war. In fact, in 1946, the Irgun bombed the King David Hotel in Jerusalem, the British headquarters, and they killed 91 people. This was a clear act of terrorism, yet after 1948, all 3 of these terrorist groups were absorbed directly into the new Israeli Defense Forces, better known now as the IDF, and their leaders were rewarded with power. The Irgun commander, Begin, the mastermind behind the King David Hotel massacre, later even became Prime Minister of Israel, while other former terrorists rose to the top in their positions of government. So as we can see, from American Jewish mob weapons to deadly terrorist bombings to leading the IDF and the entire nation state, terrorism is how Israel was built.
There you go. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows that the guys are loaded. What's up, Moonbounce?
Not much.
We got
just hanging.
Just hanging. Don't be doing that. It'd be deadly.
hanging in space.
Yeah, like such a thing as possible. I wanted to.
You know what? I seen that what your show was going to be about, so I was YouTubing the Cavendish experiments and all that stuff, just to like get an overlook at it.
Yeah.
And it is like it's really weird on how they it's just a weird thing.
Okay, so
Then
here's basically what it is, right? Now, if I pushed on, rather than just having it rest there, given the fact we see that these two small balls are hooked together by a rod, right? And in the center, it's hung from a wire, right? So this thing is completely balanced out. Now, if of course that's going to be a fulcrum point. That's going to be a fulcrum point. Now, this restricts this red ball to going into a radial path, right?
Right.
So if I pushed the red ball with my finger, it would go in the direction opposite of which way I push it, right? Now,
Right.
if we look, we see these great big balls right here, these great big ones, these gray ones, the greater masses. And where are they located?
Why wouldn't
Right.
I know, but just a minute. Why wouldn't they like do this experiment in a vacuum?
Well, either way, it doesn't prove attraction, okay? Because look what
No, I know, but
they've done with the gray balls. They're right in the only path that is available to the red ball. So if the red ball moves, it's going to have no other choice but to go towards one of those things, is it? Now, does that prove an attraction? No, that proves movement. Now, here's my idea. If you want to prove that it's attraction, then move these two gray balls outside of this radius of swing that the red balls have. Okay? Then what would happen is that the red ball, if it's being attracted, will swing around toward the gray ball, probably because of momentum, start to go a little bit past it, slow down, then come back again, and maybe a little bit more, and then eventually lock itself right to the bigger mass, along with the other one, right? That's what should happen if what they're saying, if there's an attraction. So why did you put the gray mass, the big one, right in the path that is the only path that the red ball can make? Well, that doesn't demonstrate attraction. That demonstrates movement. You put something in its way. You didn't prove that the big object moved the little object at all. If it did, where the fuck would the gray object get the energy to create a force capable of moving mass?
that's the part that I don't get, because they could put that big M on that gray circle could be 100 pounds, and that F could be like 1 ounce, and it's not going to get any closer to that gray ball than if it was 50 pounds and 10 pounds.
Well, see, they're showing me an F. They're showing me an F on there, and that F is force. There are no such thing as a force without energy. So where is the energy for a force coming from? There isn't one. There isn't one. All you did was place the larger balls in a path of movement, the only path of movement that the red balls can take. Now, I guarantee you, if you take those gray balls out of there, the red balls will still move.
That's why I think that I'm not saying it would prove anything, but just that it should be in a vacuum is just my thinking. Because
they've done it in a vacuum. They've done it in a vacuum, and it still does not prove attraction. I don't have to give a reason why it moved. The claim is that it moved due to attraction. That has not been proven. You understand? This is the thing. They always want you to fucking replace shit. You see?
Right.
No, I don't have to replace it. You said that it was due to the mass pulling on the other smaller object. Okay, well, prove that then. Prove that that movement was due to that. You can't.
Yeah,
That's the
because I
trick.
mean, people would even hang like you could hang a bigger object next to a smaller object and still keep the camera on there, and whether it moves or not doesn't prove that that mass was warping or bending space time.
Hey, listen, I
to
can hang two objects next to each other, and they're
Yeah.
never going to get near one another. They're going to remain plumb. They're going to fucking remain plumb. They're never going to start drawing toward one another just by volition of their existence. That right there, that Cavendish nonsense is nothing more than a fucking parlor trick. And when you understand what's being done, it doesn't prove anything. And you got to tell me, you got to be shitting me that here we are a quarter of the way through the 21st century. We're a quarter of the way through the century of the 21st century, and the best they have is some fucking 18th century nonsense created by some fucking eccentric inbred. I mean, for real. This is their big thing. And it's like, oh my God, so you just made up an equation to go with that? What the fuck does that prove? Nothing. It didn't prove attraction. It proved your assumption of attraction.
That formula thing or the equation gets me too. It's like, you know, the way that they explain it and get the theta or whatever. It's like just trying to figure that out, because I just keep thinking back to those things where they go pick a number, you know, between 1 and 10 and do all this stuff, and then they'll tell you your number was like 3. And through math, they make the math fit the answer that they want, if that makes sense.
Well, they drive a formula backwards from a conclusion. That's all that they do. That's what they do. They take a conclusion and work a formula backwards to suit the conclusion. This is one of the reasons that they had to fucking keep moving the distance of the sun over the course of history. They had to keep moving the distance of the sun because shit kept not working out. So they had to keep getting it out there further and further so that their nonsense would work. It's all just made up nonsense. And here's the thing. People blindly believe it because they're programmed to accept information blindly based on a perception of the presenter. That's it. That it's teacher said is basically what they got. They gave away their critical thinking ability and their deductive reasoning for teacher said. That's it. Ain't no getting around it. Here's my good guy, George Galloway. Had Scott Ritter on. This is pretty good.
Made this happen. She's doing that. That's one of the greatest people in the world today. Donald Trump doesn't even know her name, doesn't know what she did, and doesn't realize that when he brings American computer specialists, their computers don't work without her glass. Nothing works without what's inside. Nothing will work at all without the rare earth minerals that China now is holding back from the United States. Permanent magnets to make all of our weapons work, make everything work. China corners that market. You know, Donald Trump didn't get any inroads in that. He humiliated himself. 200 Boeing aircraft, he said, we're going to sell. Well, I don't know. The last time Boeing talked to China about it was supposed to be 500, but we screwed that up with sanctions, tariffs, etc. And Boeing, and China went and bought Airbuses from France. Now, I haven't checked the latest in the list of Chinese aviation companies, but I don't imagine there's companies out there saying we still need some airplanes and we'll take some Boeings. President Trump talked about contracts, about 200. Boeing still doesn't know what he's talking about. There are no contracts. Trump has conversations with himself. He invents conversations. He invents facts.
Oh my God. Yeah. Listen, I watched that movie last night. The Apprentice, when I got up here. And it's about Donald Trump, the early days when he was being kind of groomed by Roy Cohn. Oh my God. What a piece of shit, man.
So do you think that Donald Trump was that way before he met that guy, or in that thing? Because I didn't watch it.
To an extent. Okay, but it was under the tutelage of this Roy Cohen that he really learned how to do the underhanded shit that he does. You know, one of the most important ones was never admit defeat. Never admit defeat. I'm going to see if I can find that trailer real quick because it's really good. Oh, what do I got here? Okay. Let's see.
I was wondering how some of those people get the way they are, because I think a lot of people somewhere within their psyche have that mentality, is that, you know, it doesn't matter what you say to them, or like you said, you get them in a position and they don't know what to do, that they'll never admit defeat to even like have a change of their mind or the way they think.
Watch here. But it's pretty eye-opening. It's pretty eye-opening, man. This movie.
Yes.
Hello, this is Donald Trump from Mr. Cohen. Thank you so much.
Donald who?
Roy Cohen, nice to meet you.
The Roy Cohen, you're brutal.
Guilty as charged.
How do you always win?
There's rules. The first rule is attack, attack, attack.
It's going to be the finest building in the city, maybe the country, in the world.
Rule 2, admit nothing, deny everything.
There's never been anything like this, of this magnitude, this quality. Ooh, cheese balls over here.
What are you doing?
You want one?
No, it looks totally disgusting.
Cheese balls.
Rule 3, no matter what happens, you claim victory and never admit defeat. You have to be willing to do anything to anyone to win. You have a big ass. You got to work on that.
Your face looks like an orange.
Attack, attack, attack.
Deny everything.
Admit nothing. Never admit defeat.
What if you lost your fortune today?
Well, then maybe I'll run for president. I don't know.
I say, if you're indicted, you're invited.
So you think he was groomed? That was all a grooming thing?
Oh, yeah. He taught him, like, see, one of the first things he wanted to do is he was wanting to buy this hotel, get it all fixed up and everything. But the city had a suit against them, the Trumps, the Fair Housing Act, because they wouldn't rent out to black people. And he got Roy Cohen. His dad didn't want Roy Cohen, but he somehow he kind of got to be friends with Roy Cohen. Then he got him to get on the case to get the case dropped. And I mean, right away, blackmail was used. You know, went to the fucking prosecutor and even said, you know, it'd be a shame if your wife found out about those pool boys in whatever, the Philippines or whatever, and he shows him these photographs and shit. The next thing you know, they dropped the case. They dropped it. It's gone. They're fine. And you know, saw how this he got on, and it shows how Roy Cohen showed him how to run a blackmail operation and shit. It's fucking great, man. I don't know how come I never heard about it, but it really does. It shows him, you know, initially very, very subservient to this Roy Cohen. And then, you know, later on where he got to like kind of how he is now acting. I mean, he was a real dog. He was a real dog the way he did shit, trying to evict this woman, 80-something-year-old woman out of her apartment shit because it was rent controlled. And it was, I mean, he wanted to lease it out at a higher amount and all this other shit. I mean, he was a fucking dirtbag, bro. Still is. I mean, was. I'm sitting here using it like it's past tense. Now he's running that whole fucking bullshit on the whole American people. That's and they're scrambling. Yes, sir. Thank you. Can I have another spoonful of that shit? I can't believe there's so many people out there still. They're going, oh, Donald Trump's one of the best presidents ever. And I'm like, what? It shows him too. He's looking at this campaign button because it's at this point in the movie, it's during the Reagan years. And he's looking at this campaign button, and the slogan was "Make America Great Again." It's a Reagan campaign button. He just stole that fucking thing, is all he did. That ain't his. Make America Great Again. That was a slogan coined by fucking Reagan, and hell, Reagan probably stole it from somebody, you know? I mean, I can't say that for absolute certain, but I would guarantee that's hell, they love to use those ambiguous fucking slogans. It's like, when was America great and what constitutes greatness? Nobody can answer that shit, see?
When do you think it was great?
I don't ever think it was great. I think that's just a claim. I don't think it was ever great. I think it's always had problems. I think it has always had problems continuously, and that deriving from the fucking government.
Do you think the New World Order was starting at 1776?
I think Satan was loosed in 1776, and I think that 1/4 of a millennia is a season. And I think that this is the last year, perhaps, of that fucking short season. That's why they're ramping shit up as quick as they are. Just saying.
When all else fails, send in the Jews. Trump is back from China with not a single deal. Beijing buying Boeings is just a matter of feel. The litmus is no commitments. Parades are nice, and they both look well fed. But in the end, Xi took Trump to the woodshed. America comes in last, but Jews got everything they asked. The seating chart looks like a bar mitzvah. With Jews in a leading role, America plays only a bit part. Larry Fink of BlackRock, David Solomon of Goldman Sachs, Steve Schwarzman of Blackstone, Michael Maybach, MasterCard, and Citibank. Winners take all, Jews. Losers, America, make excuses. Larry Fink, he got access to manage China's mushrooming assets. Schwarzman gets real estate in the People's Republic, bypassing China's regulatory freeze. David Solomon of Goldman Sachs got mergers and acquisitions of China's telecom. Maybach of MasterCard and Citi got payments from MasterCard in yuans and renminbis, and a securities license to sell shares of China's EVs with 100% profit, grabbing both bagel and cream cheese. The moral of my story is this: Americans got screwed. Trump exists to serve the Jews. Yeah, serving the Jews.
Why do you think that guy wears a cross on his necklace?
Because he's a Orthodox Christian. He's Eastern Orthodox. Okay, here we go. This guy kind of gets on my nerves, but he's all right. It says he's real life Gandalf. Here I am says it's the real life Gandalf. It might be.
Israel does have a nuke. It is it's a violation of the nuclear proliferation agreement. They're not supposed to have one. Everybody knows they have it. In fact, technically, they shouldn't even be our ally because they have a nuclear weapon, but somehow they're above all of these rules. Now, again, I'm not here to take any ground in defense of Iran, but I will point out the fact that Israel is famous for repatriating pedophiles. That is a fact. Everybody knows it. American pedophiles are able to flee to Israel and get safe harbor there. We have many instances of this. Now, the Epstein files, I don't know how deep we want to go into this. This one is a little confusing to me. You say, show me evidence that there is a pedophile ring. Well, I would slap down on the table, not even 50% of the Epstein files. We don't even know how many we've gotten, but it's 50% max. There's not a single Iranian in the files, not a single one. Now, there is a certain group of people that are in there, but we don't need to get into that. But they all are rich, and they're not in prison, and that's where they should be. So I don't really want to have to think about Iran's cultural issues. These are Americans and people that were using them for blackmail to get leverage over our country. That's how most people perceive these Epstein files, of which we don't even have the entire files. But in them, we see references, what appear to be killing people, taking women, young women, babies as sex slaves. Who knows what else is going on in these files? There's very obvious code language. I know this. If I was able to get one of my kids' cell phones and I'm reading through this cell phone and they keep talking about pizza and grape soda and jerky, I'm going to pull one of them aside and I'm going to say, hey, what are you talking about? And if they say, oh, I'm just a pizza connoisseur. Me and my friends just make beef jerky and eat grape soda. I'm going to say, bullshit. Tell me what the hell you're talking about. If I see you saying, I'm going to get pot from my friend, I know you're not talking about a potted plant. I know you're talking about drugs. So it's obvious the same thing is going on in these emails. Where is the investigation? If your kid brought that to you, you would not believe them for 1 second. You'd say this is clearly code language and I'm going to investigate what it is. I think we should continue to investigate these Epstein files instead of continuing to cover them up, because I do think there is a there, as most other Americans do. And that's something that Trump campaigned on and many of his administration talked about for years.
Dude, there's a lot coming out about why he tried to block it. They said, if the Epstein files, the rest of them come out, they freely admit that that would mean it would end Trump's presidency. Well, then, you know what? Too bad. You know, I mean, if you've been doing shit that would end your presidency and the only way to keep your presidency is to keep that covered up, no, we don't want you. Nobody wants you. Oh,
who wants the next person in line?
Well, I don't want anybody. That's the whole thing. Why did anybody choose anybody? They said, here, who do you want to be president? They didn't ask the most important question that should come first. Hey, do you want to have a president? No, I don't want one. Oh, okay. Or yes, I do. Oh, all right. Then which one of these guys would you want to be president? Okay, then you can proceed from there. You have to ask if you want that first. I don't want that. It's ridiculous. Right. I've seen it for 60 fucking years and it has done absolutely no good whatsoever.
Because that's what I wonder about, like that guy that you just showed that clip on. It's like, if his mentality is that focused on, I'd be asking these questions, and if this was my kid, but it's almost like, who's that dude talking to? Because he has to put that same frame of mind upon who's going to do that. Who's he think he's going to get to then start prosecuting all those people, and who's he think he's going to get to ask all those questions?
Listen, it can't be done with the system. That's what I'm telling people. It can't be done with the system. You can't fight the system with the system. It doesn't work. It's rigged in their favor. Okay, so you can't fight the system with the system. This is unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, is going to only be rectified with full out fucking revolution. That's it. Outside of that, you're not going to fix the system using the system. It's rigged against you. If you haven't realized that by now, then, well, I don't know what to tell you.
And you think that revolution is going to be, because it's like that, the Revolutionary War or whatever, what you talked about before, like the North and the South, and whether that was all set up to trick people. And like this revolution has to be like, I think, just non-compliance, right? Not like a weapons and all that, just not going to do it.
Well, that's the start. Absolutely. It's us against them, and they need us. Okay? That's all. It's us against them, and they need us. So that means, if we, their enemy, or we as the people were to, I don't know, kind of embargo the US government, who is our enemy, who's been shown to be our enemy, who has been shown to be an occupied foreign entity. What? We just embargo we embargo them. Treat it as illegal to comply with the government because it's unlawful to. What they want you to do and what they use your money for is unlawful. Their whole existence is unlawful. They mean to subjugate other people who would rather not be subjugated. That's a violation of natural rights.
I know. That's what got me when that Charles guy came from England or wherever he came from, and all the people would protest, no kings, no kings. But when that dude rolled in, everybody was applauding and standing up. And,
He came here. He came
Yeah,
here.
bro.
He came to Front Royal, just about 30 miles north of me. He came here to Front Royal, and the irony, they went to a pizza joint. Yeah.
Jeez.
They went to the Melting Pot Pizza joint in Front Royal.
Mockery, huh?
Yeah. In Front Royal is basically, it's old. It's very old. It's pre-revolution, the town itself. But it's pretty much like what the fucking hillbilly heaven. I mean, for real. It is. It's some redneck motherfuckers up in that joint. That's for real.
So you don't go there?
Oh, they've got some things in Front Royal that I don't have here. Like what's that fucking farm store called? It's out there. Well, fuck, I can't remember what the name of it is. I like to go out there though. They've got about every goddamn thing you can imagine in that store.
You ever been to the pizza joint?
Melting Pot? Yeah, I've been there before. Yeah. Shit, I've lived here for 30 years. Yeah, I've pretty much been everywhere.
What do you think drew them to that place, though? When you say it's ironic, they went to the pizza place. But
I don't know who chose where they would go or anything else like that. I think it was probably the easiest area to secure just because of its location. It's where 340 merges into Front Royal at there. And there's this like zigzaggy turn type thing that goes on. And it's right there in the little short straightaway. I mean, that would be my guess, but I don't know, man. I just thought it was wild. Yeah, here's codename pizza going to the fucking pizza joint. What the fuck, right? I think it's just mockery. I think it's mockery. I really do. They probably snatched up a few kids while they was here. Who knows? They've been known to, his mom was known to do that.
Right.
To touch on your point. Yeah, his mom and dad stole kids from fucking orphanages in Canada and shit, man, back in the 60s. That's documented. Here's some more of the slave trade. What were you going to say, Justin? I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, to touch on the point of, the non-compliance kind of deal. I hope that's what we could do. But when you think about it in an outside perspective, it's like, look at all the shit that we believe that has happened, whether it be Pizzagate, whether it be, regardless of what it be, we haven't done anything about it to this moment.
Well,
so
I think part of that is people are still in this illusion that these people are somehow above you.
Right.
That they're somehow cut from a finer cloth than you, that they have actual authority. When in reality, this is what I try to get people to understand on here. That only exists in your fucking head. They believe it and you believe it. But is it really? Do they really have an authority over you? No. No, they don't. They're just other people. That's all. Their position depends on your belief in their position. Okay, so these people march around in suits in a fucking marble palace and then treat you as though you're beneath them. when you try to talk to them and ask them questions when they're actually your servant. Can you imagine your employee talking to you the way that these representatives talk to citizens? Could you, to their own constituents who ask them legitimate questions, could you imagine asking your employee a question and him just blowing you off or not answering you or not talking to you? Can you imagine that? What would you do? You'd fire the son of a bitch. So these people aren't above you. They have that perception. They give that air, and people buy it. And they need to understand Donald Trump ain't nothing but a fat old shit in his pants man who likes to rape fucking kids. He's nobody special. He's not cut from a higher cloth than anybody. In fact, he's worse than most people you could ever imagine just based on the things he's done in his life. He's nobody special. They put him up there and they painted him up with special paint. And everybody bought they bought it. They bought it. They fell into the mind.
Even if he was special, does that mean he has amnesty to raping children or doing anything that we've accused? Exactly my point. You know,
so let me ask you a
what
question.
point?
Why aren't people even in their own communities when they run across somebody who's molesting kids? Why do they not get hammered with the justice of the people? Why do they end up going to court and this, that, and the other and getting see? That's the thing. They're not going to. They're doing the same thing that police do, right? We're going to investigate ourselves and see if we did anything wrong. No, motherfucker. You don't get to investigate yourself. How about when you charge me with something? I'll say, well, I'll tell you what, officer, I'll investigate myself and see what the outcome is. And then I'll just tell them, say, well, I found that I did nothing out of line. So, thank you. See, that's bullshit. Rules for thee, but not for me. And the people are so goddamn godsmacked by the celebrity of these people. They feel that there's some kind of celebrities or something. They get godsmacked, like there's somebody fucking special. Ooh, there's a guy I see on Fox News all the time. Ooh, it's Ted Cruz. You know what? Fuck Ted Cruz. I would tell any one of these sons of bitches what's on my mind right to their goddamn face. I don't give a fuck who they think they are. I will speak my mind, and that's all there is to it. And don't act like you're above me and try to shut me down, because you ain't. I'll act like I'm above you and shut you the fuck down. You don't possess anything that I don't. Fuck off. We're on equal ground. You're the same as me. You're not special.
So when you talk about like people in a community or something and finding somebody that's did something with, what do you think a jury, when they claim a jury of your peers, what would you consider a jury of your peers means? Like if you were on trial, who would you want that you would consider a jury of your peers when they're choosing for the juries and right. It's almost
I would say that it would be comprised of this is why they have the questioning process, and it should be up to the jury altogether, not decided by a judge and shit anyhow. But if if your community and the jury is made up from almost like a sample of the community, those would be your peers, the people around you, and that would include people that have more leaning views toward one way than another. It can't all be the same people all thinking the same way. That's not how the shit's supposed to work. It's supposed to be impartial. It's not. It's really hard to do that. It really is, depending on the crime too. And the fact that the arguments that are done in a courtroom are usually done in a manner to evoke emotion in the jury. They want to evoke an emotion in there. Because if you can get people to override logic with emotion, they'll make irrational decisions. This is why they always hit you with shit with the emotion. This is how you can know a false flag, is because immediately they start hitting you with the emotional aspect of it, and not just not the facts, all the emotion. See, because you're more apt to succumb to the emotional response of it than you are to the logical response of it, not because you'll start analyzing it. You don't want to analyze this. Well, they'll say, how dare you question the death of these people and shit. It's like, why? You've done this shit before and lied to me. Why shouldn't I fucking question it? How's that? And because that hurts your feelings, you're going to act like that hurts your feelings that I question it? I'm sorry. You're allowed to have hurt feelings. It's not my fucking problem. I don't get that. How people get to, my feelings are somehow your fault. I'm like, what? Shut up.
Well, it's that they think that you owe them something because you've somehow hurt their feelings. Like now they claim a debt upon you, right? Like they get to be mad at you and then say all kinds of stuff and claim that you hurt my feelings. Therefore,
yeah,
it's almost like you owe this debt for me to do whatever
Here's my payment of that debt you perceive. I support your right to be offended. Okay, I do. I support your right to be offended.
Yeah, unfortunately, the truth doesn't appeal to emotion.
No, it doesn't. It don't give a fuck. It don't.
Right.
That's
like where the fallacies come in.
These people, they want to flip shit if you talk about a firmament. But the fact of the matter is that without some physical containment, there is no fucking air. That's just all there is. I don't care what's on the other side of the containment. Without physical containment, there can be no specific volume of gases. And that's the operative word, gases. It's a mixture. Okay. Now we start thinking about how temperature and dispersal area and shit works on different gases within the mixture in the same way, but at different rates and shit. Right. So, that would form a pressure gradient, wouldn't it? Yeah, it would, dude. It would.
So I want to make this comment, I guess, to go back to that experiment thing. So do you think that in a closed system and the way that gases like work or interact with the others, you think that just that in itself could cause a movement for those balls to like move? And since that gray one's in front of the red one, that could cause it to move? Gases interacting?
They're unbalanced, man. You're never going to get those things perfectly fucking balanced using a goddamn string and a rod. Okay? And you can get kind of close, but you're not going to get completely balanced. Those fucking balls are in a state of disequilibrium. They want to go to the ground. Just the slightest little bit of anything can cause them to move. Okay? We still haven't proven attraction. So for whatever reason that they are moving, if you believe it's attraction, then prove the attraction and then explain where the mass got the energy to create a force capable of moving mass. That's all. It should be easy. We know where all these other fundamental forces in nature get their energy source from, with the exception of one, gravity. So I ask them all the time, say, prove or just name any other fucking force in nature that does not require energy. They can't do it. This fucking gravity thing falls apart all over the place, man. It falls apart everywhere.
So does their ball of gas, their sun.
Oh, what's that?
I said, so does the sun, the ball of gas. It never ends. That's another one.
Ball of gas. I don't know what the sun is, but it's certainly not a ball of gas. Okay. And it's not fire. It's definitely not fire.
Once again, energy that comes from magic land,
Right. I don't know what the sun is. I don't even know how you'd begin to really find out. Is it actually even a physical object, or is it just a point of energy, or is it a projection, or I don't know. I tend to think that it goes along the lines possibly of magnetic induction, that it's a source, just like the moon is the negative. I think that it's a source of positive electromagnetic energy, And I believe that possibly it works in conjunction with the surface of the earth, much like electromagnetic induction works, right? So it's not the sun that's hot. It's the reaction with the earth itself that causes the heat. The heat is coming from the earth. So it heats the earth, and the earth is emitting the heat, and it feels hot on you because, of course, well, you're part of the fucking plate that it's reacting with. So, I don't know. Those are just ideas. I don't know any of that to be fact, but it certainly holds more water than the idea of a fucking ball of fire 93 million miles from the earth that just happens to it's the whole story is fucking stupid. It really is. They have to make shit up in order to have their little planets in their solar system, and it's just nothing more than goddamn sun worship. That's it. Helios. It's sun worship.
So, Sav, do you think that we're in a three-dimensional thing? Do you think there's more than three dimensions and we maybe can't see like the fourth or fifth one? And that's where the sun could actually be?
I don't know dimensions. I think maybe perhaps frequencies, kind of like on a radio dial. Like here we are enjoying this or not enjoying or whatever this reality. And let's say that on the radio dial is 96.8. Okay, 96.8. Now we're on the 96 bandwidth, but then we knock it down to 96.5 and it's a totally different fucking reality, but we didn't know it existed because we were tuned in just a couple of hertz higher or lower, you see? And so this reality exists within this frequency, I think, but maybe there could be other realities that are existing simultaneously within the same reality and uninterfered with and once in a while we catch little glimpses of it. That it bleeds over, much like how you be going down the road and you're listening to a radio station and another one kind of bleeds in for a second and then goes away. It's like, what was that? I don't know. I could have swore I heard Willie Nelson, but yeah, we were listening to Black Sabbath. Huh, that's weird. You see what I'm saying? I mean, that's just mental food for thought. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel logically too, it could possibly be a focal point, kind of like a magnifying glass where you get the beam of light down at the base, wherever you're pointing, where it's a focal point. It's possible is all I'm saying.
The thing is,
because it's not physical, obviously.
One of the hardest things to get out of your mind that they've ingrained in there is this fucking idea of outer space. Shit can that fucking shit altogether. Okay. What do you really think you're looking at when you look up at the night sky? You've been conditioned to think you're looking off into, you've been conditioned to think that you're looking off into infinity. That those are, because they tell you that those are great big huge giant balls of burning gas that are trillions of miles away and all this other shit. No, it's not, man. You're looking at the fucking ceiling. There's an illusion of depth because of the various intensities and sizes of the lights in the ceiling. Doesn't mean that there's outer space or that the ceiling is made of glass and we see through it or anything else like that. It just means you're looking at the fucking ceiling. Good example of that is a planetarium. I go into a planetarium. Here's a building with a flat floor and a domed roof. And in the center of the fucking room is this projector. And this projector goes on and it makes an exact replica, depth and all, of the night sky. The depth, of course, being the illusion created by various intensities and sizes of the lights that we call stars. This is the thing. You got to shit can this idea of outer space. There's no such fucking thing as outer space. It's dumb. Go away from that stuff. See, that's part of the mind candy that they get you. And they start training you with that when you're just a little goddamn kid. It's child abuse. It really is. We're all victims of it.
Historians record old Jewish documents showing how the slave trade was so thoroughly Jewish. The slave auctions throughout the Americas had to close on Jewish holidays. Brazil received far more African slaves than North America. A Witzner, another official of the Jewish Historical Society, in his book Jews in Colonial Brazil, pages 72 and 73, wrote, quote, "The buyers who appeared at the auctions were almost always Jews, and because of their lack of competitors, they could buy slaves at low prices. If it happened that the date of such an auction fell on a Jewish holiday, the auction had to be postponed." Studying the Jewish histories of the New World, I began to learn of a carefully recorded Jewish history that you and I are not permitted to know about. I discovered that many centuries before the transatlantic slave trade, that Jews had dominated the slave trade in the entire Western world for the last 2,000 years, even as far back as Roman times. Duncan Wagnall's Jewish Encyclopedia, volume 10, page 48, writes, quote, "The trade in slavery constituted the main source of livelihood for the Roman Jews. In the 5th century, Pope Gelasius permitted Jews to introduce slaves from Gaul into Italy on the condition that they were non-Christian. In the 8th century, Charlemagne explicitly allowed the Jews to act as intermediaries in the slave trade. In A History of the Jews from Babylonian Exile to the End of World War II, published by the Jewish Publication Society of America, the author writes, quote, "The Jews were among the most important slave dealers in European society." And here's a quote from the famous Jewish historian Jacob Marcus in the Encyclopedia Britannica. He matter-of-factly talks about the Jewish control of commerce in the Middle Ages. Quote, "In the Dark Ages, the commerce of Western Europe was largely in his hand, in particular, the slave trade."
So there you go. All you people wanting reparations, go to the bank. Those are the same people that got your money. What in the fuck? Get out of here with this stupid thing. Phew. Goddamn notifications come up in the corner of my screen. I hate that. What is this? Oh, yeah. Bilzerian.
That guy's got percentage of Jewishness.
Who, this guy?
Yeah, 23%.
Uh-oh.
It's okay for them to deny the Armenian Holocaust. It's okay to deny the Bolshevik Holocaust, the Holodomor. Yes. It's okay to deny anything. And Israel does, by the way. But when it's the Jewish Holocaust, now all of a sudden in 30 fucking countries, you get arrested, you get thrown in jail.
Prison. Yeah.
It's insanity.
It's religion, dude. He went to prison for questioning. Look at what he was fighting for. Fighting against the Bolsheviks. You know, they talk about, you always hear the conservatives talk about, they always say, he burnt the books. And it's like, well, what books did he burn?
The homosexual,
what books did he burn?
Books,
yeah. He burnt down the Tranny Institute.
Well, you say he wasn't that bad. Was he bad? Because if he's fighting against Bolshevism, if he's fighting against an ideology that is making religion illegal and murdering Christians, is he bad?
Really? That's what people are starting to find out. The Austrian painter was not who you've been told. When did you come to that realization? Anybody? Hello? We still here? Everybody alive?
Yeah, who's the question? Who's the question?
I thought you were talking. Somebody in the chat. I thought you were talking to.
No, I was asking y'all. When did you come to have you come to the realization that the Austrian painter was not as we've been told? And if so, how did you come to understand?
Me personally, I don't believe any of it. I think they're all a bunch of damn actors. We're living in a damn movie. It's all a script, you know.
I think it was. Are you talking about the mustache guy or the Austrian painter? Like, oh, yeah. I think that. I think it was the same. Like, I don't want to say like MK Ultra, but I think it was still something similar to that. To that, you know, that dude was put in place and he took the place to do something, and it was just for a purpose. And when that purpose was over, they got rid of him in that way.
You know, so between seeing all this Illuminati card game, the Simpsons predictions, all these false flags, the broken playbook, you think by now we already realize we've been through a reset. So that means everything is unorganic. It's not authentic. Everything is a movie. They're rewriting his story. Everything is fake. So I'm not coming out of left field when I say that. All the evidence supports it.
Oh my God, yeah. I mean, look at now we've got all these actors that are or astronauts that are fucking actors with IMDb pages. You know, even the president of the United States has an IMDb page. Fuck, you know, and how many times does he got to say central casting? For crying out loud, y'all. Real quick, I gotta go use the bathroom real quick. I wanted to play this for y'all, and this will take long enough.
The moon god in Arabia was called Sin. And so this is why today the Jews go to synagogue, because the synagogue is the house of worship of the god Sin, the moon god. And so we know that the Jews today have a lunar calendar based on the moon. Oh yeah, but I've been saying that for years, and all I'm getting is just people looking like a deer in the headlights. I'm trying to explain to you, nothing just popped in out of nowhere. Everything has a history, and so go back and look at the history of the Jewish religion, and I can tell you some stuff about the Jewish religion that'll shock you. But I am totally sure, this is my idea, but I've been doing this for many years. I'm totally sure, beyond the shadow of a doubt for myself, I've got all the proof I need. And I can present it to you in the next time we do 2 hours, all the proof to show that there was, in actual fact, historically, no ancient Judaism, period. There was no ancient Israel, never existed. Period. End of sentence. It never, ever existed. There was no Abraham. And all three major religions say that they are Abrahamic religions. Well, if they're all Abrahamic religions, they're all killing each other. So that should tell you something about Abraham. All three religions are murdering each other. World wars are being fought between the three major religions that claim Abraham, and then we find out there was no Abraham. Abraham never existed. Abraham and Judaism and the whole of Judaism and the worship of Abraham goes back to Hindu. Christianity, Judaism, and Islam are Hindu religions. And there's a lot of the ancient Egyptian thrown in there, but basically Christianity and Judaism are a Hindu religion. The Hindus had it first, and they still have it today. And so in India, the highest ranking priests are called Brahmins because their god, the ultimate god of the Hindu, is called Brahman. And so you have Brahmins, and then the Brahmin priesthood will tell you that they are a chosen priesthood, that they are referred to as God's chosen people, and they are a Brahmin. And so you put an A in front of it, it becomes a Brahmin. An A Brahmin, because originally Abraham was not called Abraham, he was called Abram. Abram became Abraham.
What was his last name? Anybody know what Abraham's last name was?
I
Looking
don't.
for somebody in the chat. I don't either. I mean, I'm sure that he couldn't be the only one named Abraham.
That reminds me of that guy who came on North talking about they never had last names, so stop worrying about it.
Well, that
nobody had last names.
That could make things confusing. You know what I mean?
It's probably Rothschild or Rockefeller.
Most likely. Always is. So you probably heard about the UAE getting bombed, right? Well, find out it was Israel. It's always is. Every time. Every time. Let me see. I have that little thing. It says that. Every time. ET. Every time. It's always the small hats.
Some breaking news. The drone strike on the nuclear power plant in the UAE came from the West, suggesting it wasn't Iran. As well as that, Saudi Arabia said that they intercepted some of the attacks, suggesting it came from either Iraq or Israel. But this comes at the same time. We just found out that Israel built 2 secret military bases in Iraq. Now first, there's 2 people who could have been behind the attack. It could have been the militant groups within Iraq. The only problem is that their drones and their missiles and rockets they use aren't really capable enough of getting to the UAE and then hitting a nuclear facility. They would have been intercepted very easily, unless these countries just allowed them to hit, which I wouldn't expect happen. And it's worth knowing that Iran denies being behind this attack on the nuclear power plant in the UAE. So there is only really one candidate who could be behind this, and that is Israel. Either carrying out an attack directly from Israeli territory, which is unlikely, or carrying out an attack from the secret Israeli military base that was built in Iraq during the war. We know that they have a military base in Iraq now, a secret one. And so it's totally possible they could have carried out this strike. Now, I am not saying this. This is credible reporting based on open source intelligence. The missile came from the West. It was not fired by Iran, and there's only one candidate who fits that candidacy. To be fair, both Israel and the US are campaigning for the war with Iran to restart. There's actually a 31% chance that the US invades Iran by the end of this year. That's on Polymarket, a place where you can predict world events. So technically it's likely to happen, and Israel has come out and said they'd like the UAE to join in the next war. So maybe this is that. I'm not saying it is. I want to know what you guys think based on the intelligence I've told you. So tell me what you think, but for some more global news like this, you can leave me a follow.
They do that all the time. They'll make a false flag attack, and then turn around and say it was, somebody else that did it. I mean, this is just their whole MO, everything they do. Yeah. Well, I'm starting to. This guy here says that he will never vote Republican again. Here's what I'd rather hear: don't vote again. It's a trick. It's a trap. Okay, it's a trap.
I don't think I could ever vote for another Republican again, because all them boneheads follow that knucklehead faithfully, and they all know he's doing the wrong thing. Just look around. And I can't believe so many people got bamboozled. But I'm so glad to see so many people have switched sides over this thing. I can't wait for the midterms.
Yeah, midterms. Midterms are very important, sir. Everyone, needs to get out and vote for those midterms.
I just can't believe that people are so unself-aware of, it's almost like, I don't know, it's something that I guess I do personally within my own life. If I'm saying something out of my mouth, I'm actually thinking that those words that I speak out, first and foremost, have to be meant for me before they're meant for anybody else, right? So it's like I have to check myself that those words aren't meant for me to understand something about myself and to be self-aware. And it's like to listen to other people talk and go, how can they not understand what they just said is contradicting what they just said?
Yep.
A lot of the push for voting and stuff, I'm not even sure how organic that is. Like 4 or 5 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, I could see thinking elections were legitimate. But after 2020, when Joe Biden got 80 million votes, that was pretty much a nail in a coffin that they weren't legitimate. When the sitting president got more votes than anybody in history in the same term, that's impossible. And then Trump gets reelected and doesn't do anything that he ran on. So, I mean, at this point in the juncture, I don't know how authentic anybody claiming voting is a good idea. It's just preposterous at this point.
It is. It's never proved. Look, I've been around here 60 years. I've seen presidents come, presidents go, administrations change, Congress power change from left to right to left to right. I've seen it every combination you can imagine. And you know what? Ain't nothing ever got any fucking better. It's only gotten worse.
And when you look on an outside perspective of the playbook, talk about a loss of credibility. They've been caught faking their own assassinations. They've been caught bombing their own people, faking it. They've been caught showing video games for wars. They've been caught left and right on everything known to man, but yet still somehow somebody's going to go vote tomorrow. It's like,
yes,
this
because
can't
they
be
think
real.
that if they just get the right guy. Well, listen, there is no right guy.
No such thing.
There's
It's
no
all
combination. There's
yeah.
no dream team. There's nobody coming to fucking do shit for you, man. You're just giving them your consent. That's all your vote does. That's all your vote does. Here's a fake astronaut, Mark Kelly.
It's consent.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Thanks for having me, Saul, by the way. But yeah, it's
Good to see you, Shifted.
Hey, what's up, Justin? Yep.
Good to see you, brother.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Face it. They're called Anunnaki Jew lizards from the Bureau. Now, come on.
What he's trying to avoid is accountability for his actions. 15,000 strikes, 13 Americans dead, 165 little kids in a school dead. Strait of Hormuz closed, gas in Phoenix approaching $5 a gallon. I think today it's like $4.80. What did we get out of this? I mean, we have an incompetent Secretary of Defense. He has no idea what he's doing. And he used these munitions just to set records. We actually talked about that. We set a new record today. It's not the way DOD should be managed, ever. And Hegseth, the president, they don't want to be held accountable for this. They've run out of ideas.
You know, Saab, when you think about a script, all the actors that are playing the parts, none of them they're all actors, right? So even the good guy and the bad guy in the movie are actors. So when we hear these guys chewing each other out, it's just a damn script, man. You know,
well, how long did fucking Fauci and Rand Paul go at it, for God's sake? And whatever came of it. Whatever fucking came of it. Not a goddamn thing.
Now they're probably having barbecues and their kids are playing together at nights, you know?
Of course. Now you got that fucking RFK up there with his goddamn brainworms and shit. Would you like to come see my raccoon penis collection? What the fuck?
Because that's like when you ask about the painter, dude, it was like, that's why I think that he was put there. But I mean, maybe it was different back in, 45 or whatever, that people actually.
It matches Theodore Herzl's fucking doctrine. Now, Theodore Herzl, who was the, and so this supports the idea that this was done again by small hats to their, you would think to their own peril, but it wasn't. Okay. So Theodore Herzl in the late 1890s, the father of modern political Zionism, said, quote, "It is important that we increase the suffering of the Jew. The anti-Semite will become our greatest ally in achieving our goal of a Jewish homeland."
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah.
We can combine that with further proof that they don't care about oppressing or killing their own people, as was exemplified on October 7th with the stand down order, what they call the Hannibal Directive, okay? That it's acceptable to kill a certain amount of your own people if it's for the greater good, see, including propaganda.
Yeah. Well, they never cared. They never
We
cared.
look at the events that took place, okay? They ramped it up and made Germany an unbearably unlivable place. And somebody came up out of that, and I believe he may have been propped up by small hats to get to the position where he was, where he showed, though, that by banishing the usury and the other bad influences of Chosenite culture out of the society, that there was a strengthening in national pride, economics, development of science, industry, everything, finance. Okay, so people were starting to prosper. They were doing good. They were doing well. Well, we can't have that. So they're killing two birds with one stone, really, but they kind of cut themselves in the ass, because when people look back, this is why they have to make you believe that it was this authoritative regime and this other. It really wasn't. it really wasn't.
It never was. Right.
No. Listen, that's another thing too. You got to understand about the Germans. They just got this thing in their blood, man. They love fucking uniforms. They do. The postman is even proud of his fucking uniform. They love their little uniforms and their suits. That's just a thing they got. Doesn't mean that they really try to exact authority. They're some of the most efficient people I've ever met. And I'll tell you what, some of the most downright kind people I've ever met, even in a big city. They were nothing like you would expect out of New York City. They're not. No. Yeah, somebody for directions, they'll go out of their way half the time to help you find where you're going or something. They'll be in the middle of doing something. You ask them, hey, where is such and such? And they start to explain it to you, and they can tell you can't understand. They go, oh, come. And they'll show you and direct you where you need to go to. And then go back to what they're doing. It's just, I experienced a completely different culture than the American culture. And I think they don't want that. They want to try to kill that.
Right. 100%. Yeah, they do. They don't want that. What the fuck? Fuck no, they don't want that.
Right. I mean, it was really crazy. I remember one time, man, when I first got there, it was, I went into the bathroom at the train station, the main train station, and they had pay toilets. And I had some German coins in my pocket, but I didn't know what was what. And I'm looking at this thing. Well, kind of to my surprise, and I was told to kind of expect this, there was a woman in there cleaning the bathroom and wiping out the sinks and shit. And men were coming in there using the bathroom. And I'm standing there. And she saw that I was trying to figure out. She knew I was an American soldier. She saw that I was trying to figure out the money. And she just come over and she goes, "What is Schuldigen?" And she took my hand and she just fingered out which coins to use to get in there. It says here. And I says, Danke. She says, "Vielen Dank," and went on back to her work and shit. And I was like, that is an odd experience,
Yeah.
Really cool.
I mean, the culture. I mean, yeah, dude. Yeah, our culture here fucking sucks, dude. So
you had to pay to use the restroom, dog?
What's that?
You had to pay to use the restroom?
At the train station, yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's not like that everywhere. They're nice. They're nice.
They better be.
Yeah, they are. They are, really. I'll tell you what, there isn't an area where you don't see litter. Well, at least back then you didn't. There was no litter in the streets. They had like this crew of street sweepers and shit that would go through the city at about like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. They were quiet too, man. You go through there and shit, you come out the next day and it looked like sparkling brand new city. Everything's picked up. But people don't throw shit down on the ground. They don't just leave their shit laying around everywhere.
Right.
There's trash receptacles and shit available everywhere. Okay, so there's no excuse for it. There's no excuse for throwing shit down.
They don't litter like we do here.
No, they actually take pride in their city and where they live. Hell, you look, these people that they love to garden. These people love to garden. It's like they're kind of like hobbits. I found the German people to be like little orderly hobbits because they love to garden. And people that live in the city in an apartment, they don't have anywhere that they can have a garden. So they rent these small plots of land. And they call this area the Kleine Gardens. And it's a whole bunch of these little fenced off plots of land. And they have a little gardening building on it, like a little gardening shack like you'd get at the shed store, the type I'm talking about, right? Real nice. They'll have it decorated up and they're out there in the weekends fucking around with their gardens and their flowers, and they'll set up little fountains and shit. And I remember my uncle, he was from Germany. He had a fish pond in his backyard with running water and shit. He was always out there adding different flowers and plants and shit to it. Yeah, they love that shit. I don't know. It was really cool.
Yeah. I mean, they are doing what we should be doing here.
Yeah, they should, but see, they've been destroying that culture over there.
Right.
And doing it through this immigration, man. Now, when I was there in downtown Frankfurt, there was like this one street in the city that was mostly like Turks and Muslims and shit like that. And that's where you'd go to buy hash.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Oh yeah, I found out where to get weed like right away as soon as I got over there, man. It was like it doesn't matter wherever I am in the world, I will find weed.
Yeah.
It's just in a short period of time too, man. In a short period of time. It don't take long at all.
Yeah, I'm
But
the same way, man. It'll find you, you know, like you pull up just the gas station and somebody walk up to you, you know.
I've had that kind of shit, man, where I just there it is. Boom. Well, it worked out. When I first got there, they had this like Head Start program. So they grabbed this guy out of the company and they had us take I think there was like 3 or 4 of us, take us around town and show us where everything was at. Well, this guy, he was kind of trippy, man. I was like, I couldn't really lay a finger on him. His name was Jackson. Well, come to find out, this dude, he used that opportunity to get himself some hash, and I seen it happen. He didn't think nobody seen him, but I'm a little wiser than most people that I observed. He told us to stay over at this one place, and he'd be right back, and he'd run across the street. I seen him over there talking to these Muslims and shit, and I seen him give him some money, you know, like a little handoff and shit. And so a little while later, I said, "What'd you buy off that Turk, man? What'd you buy off that dude?" And he looked at me and he was like, yes, he determined that I was cool. He says, "Oh man," he says, that's where I come down to get hash." And I says, "Kick ass, man, smoke some with me." And boom, off to the races we were, you know, there it was. I knew where to go.
No, they smoke hash there. They don't smoke flower, right?
Right. It got to a point where I was missing weed, you know, but still smoked a lot of hash. Wish I could.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. A lot. We'd crush in a beer can on the side and then pop the rank off of our collar. They were pin on, and take those pins and make holes like a screen, and then take the point of the PFC and grind a hole into the side, and then you had yourself a bowl. We'd crumble up some hash and be smoking it and shit. Then when you're done, you just crushed up the can and threw it away.
Yeah.
No paraphernalia.
Yeah.
But a friend of mine got caught with a can in his locker. They decided to piss test us all, but that was okay because I knew the drug and alcohol sergeant, and she didn't want to see nobody getting no trouble, so she fixed it.
I tried to make hash back in San Diego, but I failed. We smoked hash though all the time back then. Yeah, we were vaping before that shit was even a thing.
Yeah, I got a buddy who makes that shit. Makes bubble hash. He was making it at our grow in Cali, and using ice and these fucking series of different bags. They were different colors because they had different porosities to them. And he kept straining all this shit out. Personally, I had some really nice hash afterwards, though, man. Like clumped up. It's pretty cool.
You gotta use vodka for that shit to make.
Nah, he just used ice water, man.
No shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it worked great. You use the old techniques, man.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
To take something in.
Okay, excellent. To absorb.
Assimilate.
Anyone?
Everywhere, all the time.
So what is ubiquitous assimilation?
Always absorbing everything everywhere all the time.
Well done, George. How are you to imagine anything if the images are always provided for you? Who here read 1984 last year? Good. Anyone? Meredith?
Having two opposing beliefs at once and
believing that both are true.
Excellent, Nerd. To deliberately believe in lies while knowing they're false. Examples of this in everyday life. Oh, I need to be pretty to be happy. I need surgery to be pretty. I need to be thin, famous, fashionable. This is a marketing holocaust. 24 hours a day for the rest of our lives. The powers that be are hard at work, dumbing us to death. So, to defend ourselves and fight against assimilating this dullness into our thought processes, we must learn to read, to stimulate our own imaginations, to cultivate our own consciousness, our own belief systems. We all need these skills to defend, to preserve our own minds.
Deep. That's
That
deep,
is
man.
absolutely true. It is.
Yeah.
I have a question about that video.
Okay.
If you don't mind, real quick. Hey, when he was saying that believing the lie as its truth, even though you know it's a lie. So would you base that, is that the definition of Dunning-Kruger? Or is Dunning-Kruger different?
It's different.
Yeah. I think Dunning-Kruger is knowing a little bit about something, but thinking you know it all. Is that right?
Yes. Yes. Which is exactly what it is.
Or is
but
it
also, it's also an overused term by globetards that don't know what it
freeze
means.
up, or is that just me?
Huh? No, I'm not froze up.
Okay, that's just me then. I'm on some weak internet.
So yeah,
Go
ahead.
I was going to say, that's the tricky thing too in that video, is that guy was saying, we need to learn how to cultivate our own thinking, our own thought. But it's that tricky situation of that whatever you're taking in is being provided to you in a certain, I guess, a circumstance or something. So like he's talking about, it's all marketing, but in some way, everything that we take in is some way marketing to us into our mind to want to form our belief system, right?
Well, if you take it that way, but if you're able to, that'd be like going to a buffet and saying, look at all this food these people are trying to make me eat. It's not. You can taste the things and decide that, nah, I don't really care for any of that. And I do like this, so I'll consume some of that because it agrees with me, or I like that, in that respect. I don't know. I guess if you want to call it marketing, then it goes different, like books and magazines do tend to appeal to a specific group. So you could say it's marketed to them. For instance, Guns and Ammo is probably more suited for people that are gun enthusiasts, and it's not going to be for everybody, you see. But the point that I think he was trying to make is like this. I think that kids today lack imaginative skills, which is part of the deductive reasoning process. This is how logic actually works too, because you're able to work shit out in your mind through your imagination to see if it would really work in reality. I don't know if you guys can do that, but I can, and so with everything provided, imagery and everything like that, you could, like in a book, it'd say, Alice was a young girl who lived in Wisconsin. She was of slender build and approximately 15 years old with blonde hair and brown eyes. One day, now, right there, just with that, you probably, hopefully, started formulating an image of her in your head. I didn't give you all the details about her, but if I use her with just that amount of a few characteristic descriptions, the mind should be able to construct that character in their mind without having to see an image of it. But if you don't develop that skill, you will be required to have a picture of that person in order to actually have an image of them in your head. You understand? And I think that's one of the reasons that I think it's important to read books. I think it's important for young people to read stories, read books, to formulate this ability to build the character in as far as image in their own mind. I mean, to this day, I can remember in school we read Tales of the Fourth Grade Nothing. I'm trying to remember who wrote it, but it was a funny ass book. I loved it. I loved it, right? And I still have the images of those characters in my head, but that book didn't have pictures. Nobody knew what the little brother Fudgy really looked like, but they all formed an idea in their head of what he looked like, and that's how you're supposed to develop your imagination. But if you go from day one of never having to do that, imagery being provided to you, not having to understand the information, just basically accepting it and repeating it, that's not going to teach anybody anything, you see? It's just going to make them good at memorizing. So there's a whole host of things that are in our society today that I think rob people of their ability to think and use their imagination. You know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you don't use it, you lose it, you know?
Well, you have to develop it.
Right.
You have to develop it. You see, it's like if I can say, wow, imagine a purple cow with butterfly wings and pink horns. You should be able to build that in your head. You should be able to go, wow, that's silly, right? But a lot of people would be like, no, I don't know what you mean. And you'd have to show them a picture of it. This is one of the dangers of AI. Turn any idea into reality, right? Oh, wait a second. Why can't I just let my imagination do that?
And they're making society so lazy we can't even imagine anymore.
No.
It's ridiculous.
No, and that's one of the things they want to rob you of, because the archons are extremely jealous of our ability to dream, which is a creative thing, with our ability to create. Archons cannot create things. They can only take things that have been created and bastardize them. Pervert them.
It's troublesome for you to think for yourself. That's why they teach you what to think, not how to think.
Exactly.
Right. But it's like those two words that he wrote on that chalkboard, right? And when he was asking them what that meant, like those two words are going to happen no matter what, right?
Inevitable.
It's like you're going to be assimilating this stuff all the time, everywhere. So that's going to...
That's what the human mind does, even without outside stimulant. Just within nature, the human mind is going to formulate opinions.
And I looked that up. I looked at Dunning-Kruger up, Moon. It was a cognitive bias in which people with limited knowledge in an intellectual or social domain overestimate their own knowledge or competence in a domain. So yeah, it's knowing some stuff about whatever topic, but thinking you know it all, kind of deal. That's what I take out of it.
I have no problem. I have these people say that to me all the fucking time. Yet I destroy them in debates about this shit on a daily basis to the point where they go away. They just go away because I keep one of their main. Once you understand their main tactics, they're not hard to defeat. These people,
right?
They'll try to obfuscate off into some minutia about what you said and say, well, we can get to that. I'll just say we can get to that later. Right now we're discussing this. Okay, so I don't give a fuck about your map or your geometry. Right now we are talking about, what the behavior of water, for instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll try to go off on the other. No. We're staying here on the topic first. Until you can reconcile this, you don't have none of that. Okay. You said you had a working model. I just showed you how it can't work. You have to reconcile these problems before you can have a working model.
Yeah, and then they fuck off and they gaslight the shit out of you. Like,
well, yeah, they have to become fallacious because in order to defend their nonsense, you have to be fallacious. You have to be.
Right.
There's no way around it.
I posted a thing today in a couple of groups on Facebook. Even Toon piped up on it and saying about the Cavendish experiment that it doesn't prove attraction, it merely proves that there is movement. And he didn't say nothing else. He says, well, we did this and that and the other. I said, I don't give a fuck what you did. You haven't proven that there was an attraction. You've proven movement. And I said, and I guarantee you, if you remove the larger balls and just have the two small masses on the torsion rod, they're going to move anyway. Okay. It's just because you put something in its path and restricted its path to a radial path doesn't mean that it was attracted. Especially when you put one on both sides.
Yeah, it's awesome when you call them out, just hold their feet to the fire because it really shows their, just how fallacious they are, really. And how many times have you been, or these globers had a proof, air quotes, of a globe and it's been debunked, right? Whether it be boats going over the curve, toilets flushing backwards, to this nonsense bullshit, right? Like, how many times do people got to see these people, their proofs get destroyed before they question, I wonder if everything else is a lie, right?
Yeah,
credibility comes to mind.
They don't.
Well,
yeah.
Listen, if you are so weak in your position that you have to go through with some other little small hat and create a web page of people that don't believe the Earth is a globe and say all kinds of nasty shit and erroneous statements about them, that should tell anybody at the world that you don't have a tenable situation. You do not have a credible position. If your position has credibility, it should stand on its own.
Right. Their intentions aren't very scientific.
No.
Apparently. If you're anti-flat Earth, that's not very scientific.
Well, you know what? One of the most common things I got from people on that Cavendish thing?
What's that?
Well, what else could it be? I said, it doesn't matter what else it could be. You haven't proven attraction. You didn't prove that it moved because it was attracted to anything.
So now you have to prove the negative, and they failed to. Yeah, they failed the burden of proof, so they want you to fix it for them.
Yeah, they always want us to fix their errors.
I know.
That's what they do. That's literally what they do. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke.
They are a joke. They are. And they get mad when you hold their feet to the fire. They start acting like little kids.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all they can do because they have no other argument. It's oh my God, dude.
At the end of the day, they're probably not even being intellectually honest. They're playing a part too. They're playing a role. They're holding their end of a bargain as actors in this script. That's why I keep saying it over and over, because we got to remind ourselves of it.
Right.
That's why
we'll get ourselves into the weeds, not understanding that.
Well, see, this is the thing. Yeah. Listen, their biggest thing is trying to put you on the defense. Okay?
Right.
They want to put you on the defense. And it's like, look here, psychopath. You have a fucking claim that goes against observable and testable reality. Okay. I look out the window all the time. I go outside. I don't observe a globe Earth. There's not one fucking thing that happens throughout my day that would make me go, hey, you know what? Based on that observation, I think the Earth must be a ball. Not one single fucking thing.
Right.
Okay. So what does this mean? And also the fact that I work with level all the time. Okay. So here's what the deal is, really. You have a claim that goes against observable and testable reality, but you want me to prove the negative.
Yeah.
It's literally anti-scientific.
That's what they do.
The opposite. It's inverted.
It's
scientism.
It's exactly the same as if I were to claim that I could change into an iguana at will. I can just spontaneously turn into an iguana. Prove that I can't.
Yeah, no one's going to even attempt that because it's nonsense.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
What do you mean prove that you can't? You just made a claim that you can.
Right. First, you have to do it. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
So when I have a claim that goes against observable reality and testable reality, you're telling me that the earth is a ball and it's rotating. Well, I don't feel any fucking movement and I don't see any ball. So you have to prove that shit to me.
Dude, and it really defies all laws of nature. Like you can't stick water on a ball and spin it and it stick to the outer, it's just all these things that not only you wouldn't believe if you weren't told, but at the same time, they're completely nonsensical. They literally defy laws of nature.
Here you are out at the beach one day and you look out in the ocean there and you're watching a ship go away and you see it disappear from the hull up. Okay. Now, at first you might be inclined to say, wow, it looks like it went over a waterfall or something. It would have had to been. What the hell is going on? But then you'd realize that if that was actually some kind of a curve that it was going over, that the water at your feet would recede continuously until it was gone. So it couldn't have been that. It must be some kind of an optical phenomenon. See, this is why I love to ask this question to a glober. I'll say, okay, did you discover that the earth was a globe all on your own, or were you taught that the earth was a globe? And if you discovered it on your own, what made you go, hey, you know what? I think I must live on a fucking ball.
And there's probably a Nobel Prize waiting for you somewhere.
Really, I mean, come on. And the reality of it is nobody ever came to that conclusion. No one ever would come to that direction of thought. They have to teach it to you. Roger, what are you doing? He always comes in banging his mic and shit, man. What's up, bro?
Who, me? I didn't know I was banging my mic.
Yeah, he was.
I didn't know. I just now got in the room according to the server I got here. So I'm sorry I was banging my mic. I just shut the door. So I didn't know I was up here yet. I'm sorry, and I apologize 1,000 times.
You're all right. You're all right. You're all right. I'm gonna turn your mic down.
I'll mute up while you watch this.
I'm gonna turn your mic down a little bit. There we go.
Israel just attacked the UAE so they can make America fight their war against Iran. So a nuclear power plant in Abu Dhabi was just hit with a drone, and they're already blaming Iran for it with zero evidence at all. Every single article you go to talking about this subject blames Iran, and then in small print later down in the article they will say that none of this is confirmed at all, that they don't know who actually did the strike. There's many other issues with this that make it not likely that Iran did this. First of all, they don't strike power plants. Iran's not known for this. They've never done this before because they know it affects the local community, it affects civilians. Iran always targets military infrastructure. The few times they've hit like hotels and things like that, they are targeting specific hotel rooms that U.S. military or IDF members are currently living in. Not only that, the UAE just spent $2.3 billion with Israel to get the most sophisticated anti-missile defense systems. These defense systems that the UAE just bought from Israel, which is traitorous activities, first of all, should be more than capable of defending against a $10,000 drone. So how is this drone able to slip through this defense system? It doesn't make sense. Now, not only that, the drone conveniently just struck outside of the power plant and didn't hit a single person. Why would Iran be controlling a drone and just land it onto the ground outside of the power plant? They would go through all the trouble of doing this entire operation just to intentionally miss and hit the ground. Yeah, this is another one of those things that's in fine print later down the article. The drone didn't actually hit anything significant. It didn't hit anybody at all. Nobody got hurt. Now, not only that, the US just manufactured a ton of drone clones. And I'm not even kidding. The drones that we are making are identical clones to the Iranian ones. And to put the cherry on top, This is what Netanyahu and Trump are begging for right now, because the 60 days ran up. Trump can't continue this war. The ceasefire isn't just because Trump's being nice and wants diplomacy. The ceasefire is because he actually can't do it without getting impeached. They need a 9/11 catastrophic strike to be able to justify this war, and they don't have anything because Iran's not a terrorist. They're not the bad guys. And if you factor in the history of the people we're dealing with, meaning America and the UAE and Israel, they have a long history of doing things like this so they can justify war and murder.
Amen to that, man. No shit.
Iran has no interest
It's real
in
just
the United States at all.
No.
They don't care about us.
Who would want it?
It's a
Think about
joke,
that.
dude. Right? It's a joke, dude. It's a complete joke. It's Donald Trump thinking that he can do whatever he wants. Well, we know why he's doing what he's doing, but the little hats.
At the end of the day, they're all on the same team. It's just a script. It's like entertaining a book as if it was real, you know? And this character that just spoke, you know, we got to be careful because all these people, they gain your trust, and over years they tell you all the truth. That's why you have all these plants, is they'll steer you down the wrong road, like thinking that impeachment is a thing when elections are rigged to begin with.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
we
You're
really
right.
got to look at it from a
Yeah.
very careful perspective here.
Yeah, 100% agree, Justin. Yeah.
It's so
It's all
easy to
rigged.
fall for the trap because all the people that are telling us all the truth, they're actors too. Like
Yeah.
your Witzits and your Weisses and your, I'm not going to name any more, but you know where I'm going.
Gatekeepers.
It's just one example.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right, dude. 100%. They're all actors. It's all bullshit.
It's very confusing. You know, it's very complex when you have the good guys and the bad guys. You think one of them are real, but when you're in a script, none of them are real.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
we've
And
been
I think
reset,
that,
and it's all his story.
I know this
Like
is
that.
what cracks me up. People sit there, they said something, they was talking about good old Aaron Crusty and his sticks and shadows bullshit. And I says, how do you even know that actually happened, that guy even existed, man? How do you know that's just not a made-up story and shit? I said, well, it's in history. I said, well, why do you trust history? I said, you see him fucking with recent history, shit that's happened within your existence, and you see them rewrite it to fit a narrative, and you believe that they just started doing that? You think they just started doing that? They just, oh, that's just a recent thing they started doing. All this other shit that came before that is absolutely true. What the fuck?
Yeah, they've been doing it for generations. You know, once you understand that reset, you'll get it.
Roger's having some connectivity problems here.
Put your tinfoil hat on, Raj.
He'll get it. He said I'll talk at you later. Well, he'll probably get back in somehow. I don't know. How did Wise get such a bad rap? Somebody asked. Anyway, if you want, I want to.
I will. I have no problem with that. You know, if you watch the when Whitsitt, he went against right when he got back from the final experiment, he was on with Dustin Nemos, and Dave Weiss was the moderator and kept sticking up for him. And, you know, Whitsitt lost track of a mountain that they had to back away from just so the sun didn't go behind it. But he claimed it was a different mountain, and they went through mountains and way out in the middle of nowhere. It was very obvious he's a liar, and Weiss is sticking up for him, and he's playing a part, you know. And there's multiple reasons, but that's a good start.
Well, see, I you know, in a way, I kind of understand it because he does have a close personal relationship with Whitsitt and with Jaron at the time, and but I don't think his relationship with Jaron was as tight as it was with Whitsitt, and so I think that a lot of that was probably born out of trying to defend a friend. But
it was
nevertheless, it still hurt his reputation because look, man. They even tried to pull me into this thing where, you know, all buddy with me and shit, you know, and here, do this show with me and all this other. And I'm like, okay, yeah, cool. Thinking that it was going to sway me in some way. And when the results of that came back, I was still like, no, they fucking lied. That's bullshit, man. That's absolute fucking bullshit. They lied.
He doubles and tricks. My bad.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that they Jaron, you know, he fucking went off the deep end at me and shit, man. And I was like, dude, I'm just calling it like I see it, man. I don't know what the fuck, man, but that's bullshit. That shit you all come back with was bullshit. Sorry. You know,
Dave Weiss also lied about ever having a conversation with Will Duffy, and that was recorded. And you know, he even still defended it recently, not too long ago, just a few months ago. He denied it, but you know, he gets caught in his double speak, and you know, he's claiming that they're the smartest flat earthers, and if they're lying, he's lying. So these are quotes of
they can't be the smartest flat earthers if they're still caught up in the trap of proving a flat earth.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. That's not very bright. You bit the fucking bait. You bit the fucking reversal fallacy, hook, line, and sinker.
Well, if it was organic, I agree with you, but I don't think it was. But at the same time, you're going to go be in compliance with the powers that be by going to their event, you know, to go prove this or that. I think Flat Earth already doesn't trust the powers that be, and if we ever did an experiment, it needs to be on our own, on our watch, not on Duffy's watch.
The only
not
experiments I would be interested in is any that would prove that the Earth is a globe.
Right.
Because that's what's needed. I don't need to prove an observation, man.
Right.
That's a waste of fucking time and resource.
Right. Prove the
100%.
other way around.
Right. It's like, and it goes right back fundamentally to that initial question. If nobody had ever told you that the Earth was a globe, what would ever lead you into the direction of thinking such a thing?
Right. Your default is topographic and immovable. That's your default.
Yeah. I mean, nothing would ever make you go, hey, wow, look at that sunset. You know, I've been watching sunsets now for the last 20 years. And based on what I've seen, I can only conclude that I must live on a fucking ball.
Unless you're on fucking acid, you wouldn't think that. And even on acid, you probably wouldn't even think that.
I mean, at some point, common sense has got to kick in, you know.
Would think,
but no, it's a spell. It's a spell.
It defies logic. It literally defies logic.
It is, and that's what gets me is these people want to defend that fucking belief. They don't know that it's a globe. They've been told you're smart for thinking that it's a globe. We told you that, and you believed us. That makes you smart.
Yeah.
Well, does it really? No, it's their confirmation that they've robbed you of your critical thinking skills and your deductive reasoning.
Right. 100%.
Mission fucking accomplished.
Exactly.
Here's a Star Trek rerun. Boom.
Yeah,
wow.
Exactly. Yeah, Star Trek. Yep.
Come on, man.
Yep. Exactly. You're right, Sav. 100%. That's exactly what it is, man. These fucks don't even know what the fuck they're believing in.
Well, no, they only do it because it's like, well, where'd they learn it at? They learned it at this thing called school. What's a school? School is what fish do. What is a school of fish? It's a bunch of goddamn fish aimlessly following one another without any kind of fucking purpose or direction.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Yep.
That's right off of the first thing. What do they have you do? Right, follow the guy in front of you, single file, everyone. Orderly fashion down the hallway. Fuck you.
Yeah.
I can get to the gym. I can get to the gym without following this moron in front of me. Don't even have sense enough to wipe his fucking nose. He's had that snot hanging out of it for the last half hour and shit, man.
Yeah. Then you pledge allegiance to the flag, right?
Oh, yeah. We got to go do that. Jesus Christ. Well, here's their control grid is almost complete.
Yeah,
that's all you have to do
you into that appeal to authority, you know.
Let's do it like, you know, think of the emperor, all right? The control grid is almost complete. Soon the dark side. See if you say it, dark side, complete. You know, that makes it ominous. You ever notice that in those old movies? Why, it seems that it could be murder. Dun, dun, dun. And it was like, man, why do you say murder that way? What's up with you, man? Murder.
Catherine Austin Fitts has mapped out what she calls the 12 steps to total control. This is not a conspiracy theory. I shouldn't even have to say that. This is an inventory of systems that are either already built, currently being built, or in advanced planning stages of being built. So walk through this with me. Smart meters, smart appliances, internet connected everything. Your home becomes a data collection node. Every pattern of behavior, when you wake up, when you cook, when you leave, is recorded. I hate it when people have, Siris in their house. Step 2, let's digitize your car. Modern vehicles are rolling surveillance devices, GPS tracking, driving behavior monitoring, remote access capabilities. Some electric vehicles can already be disabled remotely. Fitz notes that she had to put sticky notes over the dashboard of a new car because of how aggressively it was monitoring her. Number 3, smartphones and telecommunications. This one's already complete, long ago. Your phone knows where you are, who you talk to, what you search, what you buy, and what you think about buying. Google logged over 2 trillion location updates per day during COVID and shared that data with governments. Step 4, digital ID. The credential that ties everything together. Once you have a verified digital ID linked to your biometrics, every interaction with every system gets attached to your permanent record. Step 5, CBDC, all digital money. We've covered this, but in the context of the 12 steps, understand that this is not step 1, it's step 5. By the time CBDC rolls out, the surveillance infrastructure is already in place to use it. People have already been groomed to accept it. Step 6, the tokenization of all assets. Larry Fink at BlackRock has said publicly he wants to tokenize all stocks and bonds. We're talking about your house, your car, your retirement savings. Everything becomes a digital token on a blockchain, which means everything becomes programmable, trackable, and potentially freezable.
What happened to her? There she goes.
Step 7, AI surveillance and enforcement. AI already analyzes billions of financial and online interactions to detect fraud and, quote, harmful content. As these systems mature, they can pattern match behavior in real time, scoring your risk, your sentiment, your credibility, and enforcing restrictions automatically, no human required. Number 8, biometric tracking, facial recognition, gait recognition, voice recognition. The UK already has one of the most surveilled public spaces in the democratic world. Canada is now expanding its biometric data collection through border services, passport systems, and increasingly through private sector partnerships. I don't know why we don't even keep people in prison. Why do we need to find more of them? Step 9, social credit scoring, the synthesis of all of the above. Your financial behavior, your online speech, your physical movements, your associations, all fed into a scoring system that determines what you can access, where you can go, and what you can buy. Step 10, control of food systems. They already said it. I already gave you that example. Fitz is super direct with this. You cannot control financial transactions without controlling food. If someone can grow their own food, raise their own animals, trade locally, they have an exit from the system. Watch for regulations on small farms, ostrich farms, on seed saving, on local food markets. In Canada, we're already seeing this pressure. Step 11, control of energy. Electric vehicles that can be disabled remotely, smart grids that can cut power to individual homes, carbon tracking tied to personal accounts. The energy transition, whatever its merits, also creates a new layer of individual dependency on centrally controlled infrastructure. I've always wondered with the electric car thing, we keep pushing the electric vehicles, but in a climate that doesn't support them. Maybe this is why. Step 12, the synthesis, a digital concentration camp. These are Fitz words, not mine. When all 12 of these systems are integrated, when your home, your car, your phone, your ID, your money, your assets, your food, and your energy are all connected to a central system that knows who you are and can be switched off, You don't need walls. You don't need guards. The cage is invisible, and it runs on software. She uses the COVID lockdowns as the proof of concept. If there's anyone landing on my show for the first time, and you think COVID was a normal thing or just a pandemic, you got some shows to watch.
Listen, they're trying to run that bullshit. First they tried it with the hantavirus. Ain't nobody fucking buying it. Now they're trying it with this other shit from a Lone Star tick. And don't buy it. Don't buy it, man. They're trying to push something so they can get complete control.
If I say you're going to lock down and you can't leave your home except on Tuesday and Thursday to go grocery shopping, your money won't work outside your home. If I say I don't want you driving anywhere, I can turn off your electric car. If you misbehave, I can cut or turn off your money, says Catherine Austin Fitts. We've already lived a version of this, and most people complied. The infrastructure that made it possible was never dismantled. Of all 12 steps, the digital ID is the keystone. It's the piece that makes everything else integrate. Without a verified digital identity linked to your biometrics, the other systems are powerful but disconnected. But with it, they become one unified system. We have a government that has been quietly building the interoperability between these systems for years. We have something that the US doesn't yet have at the federal level, which is Bill C-11. Legislation that gives a government regulator authority over what Canadians can access and see online. Now add the other layers of our censorship bills, add age verification laws, which are coming, framed around protecting children from social media, and you have the mechanism to require identity verification just for internet access. And no, we're not just talking about social media. We're talking about your bank, your ability to buy a flight. First social media, then news platforms, then anything the government designates as potentially harmful. The infrastructure doesn't care what it was originally built for. Everything I've described so far requires enforcement. And historically, enforcement required humans, which meant it was slow, expensive, and inconsistent. Well, AI removes that bottleneck completely. And here's the part that should concern you the most about Canada specifically. The Canadian government has been integrating AI tools into federal services. The CRTC, the regulator empowered by Bill C-11, is exploring AI-assisted content moderation. The Canada Revenue Agency uses algorithmic systems for audit selection. The tools are being embedded before the public debate about their limits has even started.
This is going to be, I'm looking at what people in the chat were saying in here. You know, and they just implemented that automobile shut-off thing, as David Koresh pointed out. Somebody says that Canada is not a real country. Let's see. Somebody says Maria says she wants to run away. Yeah, but you know, for me, for years, I dare you to have 8 dads and multiples. What? Anyway, yeah, this is kind of crazy, because that digital ID, that's the link to it all, man. And we got to fucking not get the digital ID. Why would you fucking get that? Don't let them steer you into it, because there's no law telling you that you have to have it. That's just all there is to that. You're going to deal with it, man. Deal with it. Well, what do we got here? The World Economic Plan. This woman's going to lay it out. And there's this dude that sits down at the bottom of the screen and motions up at the woman who's speaking. So.
We don't need NATO. We don't need soldiers. Nobody is attacking anyone. These people, Schmerz, and all these warmongers are playing a game. This is a game. It's a strategy. It's a world economic plan. They're playing this game. Iran, the Straits of Hormuz. This is all a game for the petrodollar, to keep the dollar going. And eventually to control us all. control us all. It's a plan for the new, not just the new world order, for a digital currency and for a reset. And the central bank and Christine Lagarde knows about this too. And we don't need NATO. And we don't need a German NATO, because that's what Merz wants to do. It's all about their portfolios. It's all about their bank accounts. All of them, Ursula, Kallas, they're all criminals at the end of the day. We know, we have the evidence of what they do behind our backs. They're not, Ursula and Kallas are not even elected. They're not even elected. They're put in there by their contacts, by their private member club. There's no credibility here. There's no morality here. At the end of this is a sin against every single citizen in Germany and in Europe. I'm included. This is an outrage. I'm outraged every day here. And I'm outraged in America too. Yeah, it's okay. I don't want to, that's not, because I don't know in terms of what's going to happen with Germany. But Schmerz and all his cronies are in this private member club to make chaos and to destroy the 99% in whatever way they can. I don't know why. Is it population control? Is it that they hate us? I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is at the end of the day. But at the end of it, they want to have their trees and their land and they want to make everything into an asset. Everything is going to be an asset. And we are only going to be allowed our VR machines to fantasize countryside, calm, beauty. They don't want us to have anything anymore. That's what it comes down to. They, the elite, the deep state, the Klaus Schwabs, the Merzes, the Starmas, they look at the 99%, these workers, these people who work every day of their life, who need a living wage. They look at us as dirty, as the great unwashed, and they don't want us to have anything at this point. Before, in my mother's time, she came to America in the 50s. She wanted to live. She wanted a good life for her children. That's what everybody wants. Isn't that what every single human being, mother, father, wants for their children? To have a better life than them? Not to be a billionaire, but to have a better life. And they don't want us to have a better life. If they wanted us to have a better life, they would not do AI and this technocratic technocracy where people are not able to get a job. You're going to have interviews with AI. What are you going to do with all these people? People are losing their jobs in Germany right now to AI. What are you going to do with them? That's my question. And this is a plan, and I'm against it. I want people to go back to a simple time, not war, not this insanity of what these people are doing. These private member cliques of money and wealth and oligarchy and trillions.
Dude, she was fucking whipping it out, man. Mama got sass. You know what I'm saying? So here's a student at VCU.
Damn right.
She feels that she can resort to destructive violence if the opinion of someone else makes her mad. Says she picked the wrong folks to mess with during her emotional rage, where she damaged the flag of a peaceful protester. On this day, the police were notified, and she has to deal with her repercussions. When begging the man not to press charges, she asked why she is not given the ability to learn from her mistakes. This dude gave her that reachable moment. Well, that sounds interesting. She looks pissed off. Probably a small hat.
You're gonna post this on Facebook, you weird.
Come on.
I'll have to say whatever the I want.
Come on. He told you to stop.
Hold up.
It's right there.
And what?
All right. So what just occurred?
He's making me mad.
Okay. Did you damage his sign?
I have it on video.
No.
I can see that you guys have it on video.
All right. Do you have an ID on you?
Yes.
All right. I can see.
So what's gonna happen? With all respect.
So here's the damage.
So are we pressing?
Yes. Yes. Destruction of private property.
Huh?
Yep.
Fucking cunt.
And the judge will give her community service, and yeah, you'll get community service, and you'll be ordered to pay restitution for the flag. That's all. That's all it'll be. It's a misdemeanor, and it'll be dropped from your record. Well, it'll be dropped after you do your community service.
I have no warnings and no offenses on my record.
And you can tell the judge.
His property, if he wants to press charges, can be damaging his property. I can't give you a warning for that. He's pressing charges on it. I'm actually not
After good behavior, 6 months, in community service, the judge will drop it.
I am a full-time student. I'm coming back here in the summertime.
Nope. Next time you'll think not to do it.
Dude, like you can't find any like peace in your heart and understanding.
I will tell the judge.
Please,
Yeah,
sir, please.
I will tell the judge, and he'll drop the charges after 6 months, and you do community service.
Thanks, man. Have a good one.
No, what was insane is what you did for no reason.
See, these people think that they can just act out of emotion, that justifies it. That triggered me. See, that I knew that shit was going to be dangerous. As soon as I started telling people about triggers and trigger warnings and shit like that, it's like, here's how it goes. You have the right to be offended. You do not have the right to enact violence because you're offended. You do not have the right. You don't get to do that. That's just no. Over. No more.
Saying is that your friend is in a bunny suit and you're outside of a liberal arts school inciting you.
I'm on a public street and a public sidewalk on a public street.
I don't understand this.
No, man. What we want is
because they had it. The governor was here today to do a ribbon cutting.
That's why we're out here. Because we have it, we're not letting it take away.
Can I ask what the what's the penalty?
This is probably the third or fourth flag that's been damaged. And my experience is the judge will make you pay restitution, and then you'll have to do community service. And then if you do not have any more incidents in the next 6 months to 1 year, he'll drop the charges. So don't worry about it. It's not the end of your life.
It really does cause a damper in my studies and my future, though.
No.
Don't you think?
What I wanted to do.
Don't you think it kind of gets in the way of like me growing and becoming as an individual? Like I still have yet to learn. Maybe one day.
If anything, this educates you.
It's a teachable moment.
What is a teachable moment?
Wait, did you know that an action such as that if you were to get in trouble for assault or whatever, that would put a damper on everything? Did you expect that because you're a student that's going to give you a pass? Or what was it that you think? That, if you cut yourself, you won't have a cut because you wish you hadn't cut yourself? That doesn't work, man. You've already done it. You are liable for the action. Take responsibility.
Right here.
What about your president that's literally getting indicted right now? What about that?
Oh, for what? The false charges? I'll tell you something. I live in Delaware.
I don't want to listen to you.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
you do. I'm going to talk anyway.
You started
I've dealt
the
with Joe Biden for
conversation.
the past 30 years. The only good Biden's the one that's 6 feet under the ground right now, Bo Biden.
And not because he's dead, because that was the good one.
Because he's a true person. He's a true human and a true patriot. What's going on right now is disgusting. And if you knew Joe Biden personally like I do, you would say the same thing. But you don't, because you're brainwashed and you don't know what's going on. You guys fine over here.
No, not you, Miss Parker.
Stay with over here with them.
You stay with me real quick. This will be
You don't offer like second chances, redemption.
It's too late now. Seriously. No, it is.
It's
No,
not too late. It's actually not too late.
You had a chance not to do what you did. You had a second chance and a third, but you went ahead and did it anyway.
What would be a good day for everyone to come to court?
I'm open. Richmond City Court, John Marshall Building. She can pick. I'm open.
I literally have the most complicated summary.
Talk to him, not me.
You're the one I'm going to court with, not him.
You're picking the court date.
I'll be at court as well, right? So I'll go report on all this. I'll go to court as well.
This is Richmond.
For everybody else, Wednesdays are good.
It'll probably be in the next, 2 weeks?
I'm still in finals, so.
From Summit City Restaurant General District Criminal Court which is at 4 North 9th Street on May 10th, let's say at 9 o'clock in the morning, for violation of State Code 18.2-137, destruction of personal property. Your signature here is not admission of guilt. This is promised to be on court on that day.
What if I can't make court on that day?
You call this number, which is get you to the court and advise them that you're not going to be there.
and make sure you call ahead of time. Don't not show up, because then they'll put a warrant.
I'm not going to do that.
Okay, they'll put a warrant out, so make sure you show up.
That sucks. Happened to me one time because they didn't give me the notice in the mail properly. Oh, terrible.
I should have asked it right in front of the sign. That was my bad.
You should have what?
I should have asked it right in front of the sign, not on the sign. That was my bad.
Yep. We're even talking about ashing on the sidewalk before, weren't you?
Yeah, that was
Right
also
behind
littering
me.
too. He didn't write you up for littering.
Here's my card. It's got my information on it. It's got the report number on the bottom. If you have questions, you can call the department.
That's fucked, man. You know, and she's probably used to being able to just sweet talk her way out of shit all the time. And, you know, this guy was like, no, fuck you. You know, you're about a dick.
Yeah.
Fuck around and find out, right?
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Here's some fucking cops. Yeah, I realized that was in Richmond. That was trippy.
Richmond, Virginia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine lives down there.
Yeah. I'm about 2 hours away from Richmond. So.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm in Maryland.
You the Richmond, north of Richmond?
Oh, okay. I know where you're
That song.
Yeah, right. Richmond, north of Richmond.
They're
Yeah.
talking about DC.
You know, that was one they brought out. That was one that they just kind of like put out there for everybody, you know?
It was a good gym.
Limited hangout. That guy what was his name? Oliver Anthony? That sang that song?
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah. Where was he at? He was down in Wythe, I think. He's south of me. Lynchburg.
Virginia, right?
Yeah. That's where he's from.
I've been there. I'm in Maryland, but I've been to Lynchburg. Yeah.
I did a reenactment in Lynchburg one time back in the day. What?
Did you really?
Yeah.
What kind of reenactment? Civil War or what?
Civil War. Yeah, I was a reenactor. Yeah.
You out there LARPing?
Oh, it was fun, man. We used to have a blast. The best time is like after all the tourists leave and shit, and you're there in the camp, and it's like really realistic, you know, because everything you have is like from the period. You actually living like those guys did, and we would just have a good old time, man. Remember, I got a hold of some really fucking wacky ass moonshine. Tore my ass up one time. God damn. Little tiny bit of it, man. Just I could feel it just a little bit. It went down, it got about here and went boom like that. I was like, oh fuck.
Yeah. You got fucked up. Yeah.
Because I thought the dude was being chintzy. He just put a little bit in my fucking tin cup, you know. I was like, well, goddamn, you know.
Yeah.
I wanted to do more than just clean my fucking cup, you know. That took that. Wow, that shit got me, boy. Woo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's good shit. Yeah, that's good shit.
Here's the cops. See, I don't drink no more. In fact, I am 2 weeks from, is it 15? Yeah, 15-year anniversary of since I quit.
Congrats, brother.
Yeah.
No shit. Wow.
Mm-hmm. June the 1st.
That's
Awesome.
good, brother. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Anyway, here's cops got the wrong guy.
Where's your son?
He's in jail.
Where?
Robson County.
He's not there.
My son is in jail in Robson County.
This traffic stop turned into a $300,000 lawsuit after cops detained the wrong man just because he shared a name with his nephew.
Do you know who you talking to, sir?
Yeah, sorry.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah, you don't know who I am, but
my name is Jerry Lee Reason Jr. This is my property.
But
my son is in Robson County jail.
Okay. Calm down.
He needs to calm down.
No,
my property,
hey,
man.
listen, what year were you born?
I was born in 72. Hey, come on, man.
Hey, whoa. You said you're Jerry Reason.
I am Jerry Reason.
Turn around, put your hands behind your back. You said you're Jerry Reason.
Look, why am I handcuffed?
Because you're the person on the warrant.
You must be looking for my nephew that's in Winchester, Tennessee.
Well, he's saying that this is his nephew who's in Winchester in the halfway house. But we're going to go up here and make sure. I ain't taking his word for it, especially if you acted like that.
Yeah. They chose to search his house anyway, even though the footage proved they already knew he was the wrong person.
Where's your son?
You already knew they had the wrong person, but they still want to fuck with them.
Well, the thing is, if you act that way towards the cops, that's what they're gonna do, man. You know, like they're not gonna. You can't act that way towards the police and expect them not to react that way, right?
Yes, you can. Because they're not supposed to. Listen,
they're not supposed to. Yeah.
You don't have authority over somebody. You're not, just because you got a silly little fucking costume doesn't give you authority over people.
Yeah, hence the $300,000 settlement.
Yeah, exactly. It don't matter. You could say, "Hey, fuck you, pig." It doesn't matter.
But in reality, they're gonna arrest you.
Well, yeah, and then you got a lawsuit on your hands because it's illegal to arrest somebody for something they say.
Right. So it's like, do you want to deal with the headache, or you just want to just say fuck it? You know,
if it's worth $300,000, I'll go with the fucking headache.
Yeah, and the principle.
Absolutely.
We need to set a precedent.
On it. I'll fucking die on that hill.
Yeah, I'm with you, Saab. I'm with you, Saab. Yeah.
They're fucking tyrants, man. They're fucking tyrants.
They are.
Some motherfucker telling me what to do. Sit on the curb. Suck my asshole. I ain't sitting on that fucking curb.
Suck my asshole.
How about you sit on the curb, motherfucker?
Yeah, you sit on the curb, bitch.
Can I shoot your pistol?
Yeah, right.
Y'all really just believe anything, don't you? They say America eats 78 million pounds of beef every day. That's 150,000 cattle daily. And McDonald's alone is pumping out burgers nonstop. And they never run out. You all ain't even a little curious? Because that math ain't just off. It's straight up lying to you. But go on, order that extra patty.
Come on, man. Grandma's getting it. Grandma understands.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jeez.
shit.
It's fucked up, man.
Here's the other one. A lot of people don't know this about this fucking Facebook shit. This is pretty crazy.
Facebook movie is a giant lie. It's a propaganda piece. That was a Pentagon program called LifeLog. LifeLog is a Pentagon program that wants to collect all your data for your whole life. What day did the government stop the LifeLog project?
Whoa. DARPA shut down the LifeLog project February 4th, 2004.
What day was Facebook registered as a business?
My God. No way, bro.
The exact same day. They don't even hide it, dude.
It was created by DARPA.
Yeah. They handed it to Mark Zuckerberg. And then the Vossel twins.
What about the other? Yeah.
That's all. And that's why they became the first Bitcoin millionaires, because they played ball. It's all theater, dude.
So what is the purpose of LifeLog?
To collect all your data for your whole entire life.
Dude, it's all theater, like he said. Yeah.
I thought that was a good little clip, man.
Yeah, it was. He's right. It's all theater.
Just another example of the script, you know?
Yeah.
These are all validations, is all.
It's all validations, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in reality, right?
We don't need these validations, but the average person doesn't need it. You know, they still won't see it, though. That's the problem. Like, how do we wake them up? What do we do?
I don't know, man.
Hey,
they're made to not be woken up, though. I think some of them are made to not be woken up, to be those place fillers, to those NPCs.
Yeah.
Those
We're at war, man. There's casualties of war, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, only the strong survive. Me personally, I woke up 2 Globers just this weekend, man. I turned 2 Globers flat Earth this weekend. I'm proud of it, baby. My contractor, too, today.
Nice. That's cool.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, I got him definitely in the right direction. That's for sure.
What
New Zealand has even less cattle land than the United States does.
Jeez.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, meanwhile, in ordinary, regular world life, check this out. These are kind of funny.
I am Thor, god of...
way. No way.
Go, Ellie, go.
That one didn't go very right.
That's craftsmanship right there. That's fucking good work right there. If you can make a piece of floor fit that way, that's not a coincidence. That's fucking really good work.
That fucking cat looked exactly like the Meow Mix bag.
I know, ain't that some shit?
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh, here's a good one. You've ever seen those cochlear implants that allow deaf people to be able to hear?
No, I have not.
Oh yeah, they're really cool. Rush Limbaugh went and got one. He started going deaf, and he got a cochlear implant too. It's been quite a remarkable thing. They're expensive, but here's a guy who gets one for the first time. This is miraculous.
One last adjustment. We got it. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Can you hear the sound of your own voice?
Yeah.
Oh baby. Oh my god, Sergeant, thank you so much. We're so excited. Thanksgiving's in 2 days, and I could call you on your cell phone now, baby, and you can talk to my dad about his head.
Whoa, are you okay? Is that too loud?
No, not too loud. The boy that's annoying. You don't hear that? I have to hear this forever.
Don't be silly, baby.
Oh, there we go again, Doc. You know why this guy's smiling? Because he's probably deaf and he can't hear his wife's voice. Doc, please take it off. Help me, please.
Relax. This is a celebration. Trust me, from one married man to another, you'll get used to it.
I don't believe any word that came out of your mouth.
Oh man, he's like, fuck that. I don't want to hear my wife.
Take it off.
Did you hear that? Oh my god.
Shut the fuck up. That's what I heard.
Careful what you wish for, huh?
Right? Exactly. Oh, this is a pretty good one too. I like this. Everyone knows it's okay to be gay. What kind of vibe am I putting out?
Can you imagine, dude?
That's pretty good.
It's okay. Jeez.
So apparently there was a game invented by a Russian student that reveals how the elite manipulate the masses. Thought this was kind of enlightening.
Have you ever heard of a game called Werewolf?
No.
Everyone gets a piece of paper. It's either got villager written on it, but 2 have the word werewolf. Someone runs the game to make sure no one's cheating. And they go, okay, it's nighttime, everyone close your eyes. Werewolves choose someone to kill. And the werewolves go, they say, okay, everyone close your eyes. It's morning time, open them again. During the night, Francis was killed. There's then a conversation, and this is where it gets interesting, between all the villagers and the 2 werewolves over who the werewolves are. Then at the end of the day, the villagers have to decide who they're going to kill. And they say, well, we're going to kill Constantine. It's revealed by the person running the game, I'm afraid Constantine was a villager. And the game continues. The villagers win the game if they kill both werewolves. The werewolves win the game if they kill all but 2 villagers. And the werewolves usually win. The game was invented by a student of sociology in Russia who wanted to prove his thesis that an uninformed majority will always lose a battle of information against an informed minority. So that just shows when you have hidden information, you can completely manipulate a large group of people.
Dude, that sounds like The Walking Dead.
Does that you know what? That would be a cool game. I would like to try that. I'm sure it wouldn't be hard to be able to fix it, you know, to do it at home, you know.
Yeah.
You could do it with a deck of cards. Use, like, say you got 12 or 14 people, right? You could use say if you got 12 people, you use 10 black cards out of a deck and 2 red ones. And that makes 2 of them, the ones with the red cards, are the werewolves, and nobody shows their card to each other, right? And then you just have everybody close their eyes, and then you say, okay, werewolves pick, and they quietly open their eyes and point to somebody, right? And then go back to it. And then the ref says, okay, so the two people that are dead is this person and that person, you know? And yeah, that would be a cool experiment. I'm going to have to try that. I got to get some people together. But it's going to be hard because everybody's going off to fight the war soon, I'm sure.
Like Sir said, you could do it online, like on a Discord or something.
Yeah, maybe. I don't get on Discord, man. It seems like a fucking breeding ground for trolls.
Yeah.
You know, Roger and Andrew, they hang out on Discord and they just get fucking trolls swarm them, man, all over the place. I don't need toxic people. If you want to have a discussion about something, that's fine. But if you're going to be toxic about it, fuck you. I don't have adversarial. I don't really want to talk to you. You know?
Yeah, they're not there to be intellectually honest, and that's problematic to say the least.
Well, sure. And they're not there to really have a discussion.
Right.
They're there to shut up the discussion. That's why they have people like Brenda and shit like that who always wants to climb into the victim chair of a poor oppressed tranny or some shit, you know, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, neither side learns anything. It's like they always walk away with their hand raised, regardless of how bad they got schooled. You know?
Oh my God, I know. I got this guy on Facebook. He'll say something stupid and then go checkmate. So what would he say? He says, well, the lunar eclipse proves the Earth is a globe. And I said, how does it prove the Earth is a globe? He said, because it's the shadow of the Earth going across the moon. I said, how can you prove that it's the shadow of the Earth?
Checkmate.
I says to him, when I run the ratios, I don't see that it could possibly be the shadow of the Earth. Okay, let's see. We're using the same light source that is the same distance away, right? And he says, yeah. I says, okay. So the moon during a solar eclipse leaves a shadow approximately 70 miles in diameter. Okay. He says, yeah. I says, okay, so using the same light source, we take 70 miles over 2,160 miles. Okay, that's our fraction on the one side. Over here, as our denominator, we have the diameter of the Earth. When we run that ratio, which is real simple, you multiply the 70 times the diameter of the Earth, divide it by the 2160, and it will give you the number. It tells you that your shadow of the Earth would only be 10 to 12% the diameter of the moon. So you would see a black spot going across the moon, not covering the entire thing.
Right.
So the ratio doesn't even fucking work out. So that tells me that it's obviously not Earth's shadow.
Right. And that's just using logic. You know, they're like I said before, they have to be fallacious. And the beginning of the argument was a false dilemma because they're assuming that the Earth has to be a globe, and it wouldn't work on a flat Earth. You know, it's like the only possibility.
So it's because they assume that the darkening of the moon is the shadow of the Earth. That's an assumption.
Pre-assumption, yeah.
It is. Which
is another fallacy. It's just stacked on top of each other.
Yeah. But that's that's fifth grade math. That's fourth grade math right there. Figuring out ratios. It's not hard to do. We've already got the data right there. You've got the Earth's diameter, you got the moon's diameter, you're using the same light source, so that's irrelevant. You just have the light source, okay? So we just swapping it around is all we're doing. So when the moon leaves a shadow only 70 miles wide on the Earth, then when you run the ratio, you find out that you're only going to have like a 210 mile circle, 220 mile circle going across the face of the moon. The thing's 2,160 miles in diameter. So the ratio does not work out. Either that or there's something fucked up going on.
Yeah, and they'll just ad hom you, tell you that flirts can't math, you know, but here we are with basic, you know, math and perspectives that they hand dismiss, you know. What about a selenilian as well, you know? They just
right, the impossible eclipse.
Yeah, I mean, talk about mockery. They call it the impossible eclipse.
Yeah. I know.
But they'll say that it is possible, right? Refraction.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
And they'll try, oh, they're refracting a shadow. I'm like, oh, shut the fuck up.
Oh boy.
God.
Refracting a shadow like Mount Canagoo.
You're right. So
Cool story, bro.
yeah, they just make up something to fit whatever. Gravity.
Son, Trump knows exactly what he's doing, and we got to trust him. They need you out there. Israel is our greatest ally, man.
Dad, but I've been watching a lot of Tucker Carlson.
I don't give a shit what Tucker Carlson said, boy. Damn it!
Son, you're not just signing up for the military. You're signing up to protect our greatest ally.
But what about protecting America?
That's what I said.
Holy shit! We need backup! Call for backup! Backup? What backup? All our backup was sent to protect our greatest ally! Kid, I'd say you've got a lot of balls, but they cut everything off from the waist down.
Are you proud of me?
Not until our greatest ally is safe.
You're one of the lucky ones, you know that? Because of what I'm doing for our greatest ally, you get to be a hero.
I can be your hero, baby.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's kind of deep, isn't it?
Yeah, it
It's
is.
kind of deep. Well, this is kind of cool. This is a cool one too. I got some good ones here tonight. Got some really good ones.
Is to show exactly where the door is hidden in the middle of this day-to-day life we live. Think with me.
Why is the main character's name Truman? It's not just any name chosen at random. If you separate the words, we have true and man. The movie is not about a guy trapped in a funny reality show. It's about the exact moment when the human soul decides that the comfortable lie is no longer enough. That awakening we saw on screen in '98 is what is knocking on our door now, with a date set for 2026. We live in a system of automatic repetitions. Truman drank the same coffee, talked to the same neighbors, and smiled at the same hidden cameras. He was almost a robot. But then, out of nowhere, an object falls from the sky. The script fails. And it's in that error, in that crack in the system, that his consciousness begins to sprout. It's a pattern that repeats outside the screens. You know when you realize that the news, social media, and even global crises seem to follow an overly rehearsed script? Yeah. In 2026, astrology points to heavy changes. Pluto settles into Aquarius. That messes with technology and the freedom of the masses in a way we've never seen. For many people, that's just a technical detail or astrologer talk. I prefer to see it as the real breaking point. It's the year when the true man inside each person gets tired of being an extra in their own life. Humanity is being pushed to the edge of the simulation. Truman starts to notice that his world is too small. He tries to travel, and the path is blocked by accidents or technical problems. He tries to speak the truth, and people act as if he's crazy. Sounds familiar, right? In practice, what's at stake here is sovereignty. The system spends billions so that you keep believing your current lifestyle is the only option available. But there's a problem for those who control the show. Consciousness is contagious. I've noticed that the more they try to tighten control over us, the more people feel that something is off. It's a physical sensation, almost a tightness in the chest that warns, this isn't real. But you can't hide the sun with a sieve forever. The production of the show is getting desperate because the spotlights are falling in front of everyone and continuity errors are everywhere. The true man is anyone who stops accepting the script they were handed at birth. Imposed religion, a career out of obligation, constant fear of the future. All of that is the invisible walls of Sea Haven. The fact is that the structure is shaking. And it's not because of politics or economics alone. It's because the energy that sustains the lie is simply running out. In the movie, Truman has to face his greatest fear to leave, the sea. He was terrified of water because the system created that trauma in him when he was still a child. We also have our own personal seas, fear of scarcity, fear of other people's judgment, fear of the unknown. But 2026 is the year to get in the boat, even with the artificial storm blowing hard against our will. I think we are not victims of a cruel fate.
What do you think, man?
I agree with most of it. I think we are victims of cruel fate, but other than that, I agree with all the rest. What do you think?
I think that there's a reason people are all waking up around now. It really is. I've never seen more and more people that are getting on to, just even when I'm out and talking in public. Yeah, you got your fucking NPCs and whatnot, and they're going to be stuck there. I don't think that they actually have a conscience. I don't think that I think there's a lot of people that walk around don't have any kind of an internal dialogue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with you, Soph.
I mean, they just exist.
They just exist. Yeah.
Just action and reaction is basically all that's going on with them.
I kind of agree a little bit with your 1776 comment. I don't know for sure, obviously, but It sure seems like, to me, I keep saying over and over, these are all actors. Even the people that taught me everything I know turned out to be the enemy, and it's like, it's just, you can't trust anything.
Think about it too. Look at all the fucking people that are that are exposed right now. The people that are actually literally exposed right now are the archons. The king.
It seems like they did it to themselves.
The queen, President Trump, all these people in fucking Congress, all these bankers, all these powerful people, heads of media, heads of banks and shit like that. They said that if the Epstein files fully get out, then it means that it'll collapse the presidency. It could collapse the whole fucking system. Well, then I say that that's a system that needs to collapse, man.
Right. What are the variables or possibilities of these people are doing this to themselves, right? Like, they already had full control. Why would they need to expose themselves, right? Unless there was A going to happen or B going to happen. What are those?
Well, I
A
think I think the part of their little their little thing is also the thrill of taunting and putting it right in your face, like little inside jokes. And pretty soon people start putting it together and figuring it out that, hey, wait a fucking minute here, know? And then the shit starts hitting the fan. That's where people start pulling at loose threads. And I liken it to, like, I think that birds, okay, this is going to sound silly, but I think birds are a lot smarter than people give them credit for. I really do. And I think that just like people, some of them are thrill seekers. Like, and I know you've had it happen to you, you're driving down the road and a bird will just fly right in front of your car, like where you just barely miss it. And I think they do it on purpose.
What a rush.
Like a rush or like an adrenaline rush or some shit like that. I really do, because I've had it happen more than once. And you can't, and this is the thing too, is that, like, crows, they remember people that have been kind to them and given them food. And they also remember and pass the information along to other crows of people that have been mean to them and tried to harm them.
Huh.
They're
not stupid, that's for sure.
No, they're not stupid. People think birds are dumb, just creatures. They're not, man. They're not. Bees, the same thing. They have a facial recognition system they pass on generationally.
Right. Anything that can survive and thrive in this type of environment is obviously highly intelligent.
Right.
No matter how dumb they are, they're able to survive in this wicked world. It seems pretty smart.
Well, I think what they did is they put it out there, right? The most wicked thing that we can think of.
Right.
And they wanted to see, like, are the people going to do anything about it? Or are they just going to continue on as normal?
Right.
And what are we doing? Continuing on as normal.
Well, is it continuing on as normal?
Nah.
There's a lot of people are right now looking at other channels such as mine, other feeds that are saying the same things I'm saying on social media. Is that normal? No. That was fringe. That was fringe. Think about it. Conspiracy theories, quote unquote, have become mainstream now.
Right. So in the 90s, it was a conspiracy theory, but now that shit's fucking reality.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, see, I told you about this and here it is. Now what? Are you going to listen? Because I'm telling you where this is going. I've been trying to tell you where it ends up. And people are starting to listen. This is one of the reasons Israel's losing so much fucking support, despite what they do. People in America right now are like, fuck them. All the information that's coming out about the deception through the goddamn Schofield Bible, that went mainstream even.
So I think what they're thinking, Sav, is like, if they're thinking this, if we don't revolt over the fact that they fuck with kids,
God,
what would we revolt over then?
Right.
What's it going to take?
This is the whole thing. It's one thing to have the information, but it's still also another thing to still be locked into the perception deception. Okay.
Well, that's what they count on. Yeah.
Well, that's just it. We need to break people. There's the chained mind right there. Is the perception deception. What's the difference between you and that guy telling you stop? What's the difference between you and the guy telling you stop? Nothing. Where does the guy telling you to stop get the authority to tell you to stop?
They don't have any authority to be.
He doesn't. Your belief. It's your fucking belief. So they just reinforce this belief with little signals and signs and sigils and fucking uniforms and suits and costumes and shit. That's it. That's all it is. It's all perception. Governo mentis. They're not real. Stop fucking being afraid of them. There's more of us than there is them.
Yeah, it's a very hard thing to do when you've all been victimized since the day you were born to follow these authorities and appeal to this and that, and that's the highest form of learning today is the ability to unlearn.
Schooled. You were schooled. What is a school? A school is a group of fish that aimlessly follow one another.
Yeah.
Do they know where they're going? No.
No. Yeah.
They're just reaction and action. That's all. They're reaction and action. And so is that is that smart? Is that considered smart? I don't believe so, because that's why that's why nets work. That's why fishing nets work, and they can get a school of fish and gather them all right up. Boom, 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 because they're all just aimlessly following one another right into the fucking net.
Yeah, it's all by design, dude.
Of course.
Fucked up, dude. If everybody were to realize what's going on, we could make a change.
Yep.
But it's gonna take. The problem is nobody wants to come out of their comfort zone of like, oh, I got my paycheck, I got my gas, I got my food. I can go to Walmart and get my fucking chicken nuggets,
my soy slop and my fucking shit.
They don't want to fucking go beyond that, dude. And that's what it's gonna fucking take.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't do it, then we're fucked.
Oh, it's gonna happen because this is all gonna come out of range of affordability for people. You understand?
Yeah. Well, they're gonna be forced into it. Yeah.
But they'll be the ones that are most reliant will be the first ones to go to the government help center to give them a little shack to live in, or clothes or food or whatever the case may be. But you have to abide by certain rules and sign certain contracts in order to be able to receive these things. You'll see.
Right.
This is how they do it.
Yeah.
This is how they do it.
They're gonna be giving up their fucking butt cheeks to fucking get a Walmart fucking voucher to get.
Yeah,
I
I really feel like all this is on their watch, on their timeline, and none of it is us waking up on our own or we're gonna do something about it. It's all a part on cue, on time, in the script, happening exactly the way it's supposed to be according to their timeline. And that's why I do agree that there's a precipice coming, because they don't need to do this unless there's the end is near. I don't know. It sure seems like the July 4th could be, like you said, it's 250 years of a small season, but I don't know.
I mean, that's just the way I look at it. If Christ reigned for a millennia, and he had a millennial reign, then I would assume that they would equate that as like a year or a period. And so therefore I think that like a short season would be like how we have 4 seasons. So 1/4 of that millennium would be 250 years. And here we are.
Years. Yep. There you
At
go.
the very least. Go ahead.
Did you guys see that the cameraman for the TV show Cops, he got shot and killed on a ride along?
Huh. I didn't see that.
Yeah. I got some video on it here too. So anyway, go on with what you were saying. I just wanted to put that out there. That's pretty fucked up.
At the very least, I feel like they're gonna reset us again, regardless of whether it's biblical or whether it's just them doing it again, because the precipice is so obvious. The amount of information they're ratting themselves out constantly.
Right.
They're playing this.
Let's take the idea of a last reset and place it alongside of the mystery that revolves around all these necropolis, these ossuaries with all these fucking human bones arranged in different ways and lining the walls and ceilings and forming pillars and all kinds of other crazy shit at multiple places around the world. Where did those fucking people come from, man? Where'd they get them at? I mean, were they systematically killing people and then doing this bizarre shit with their bodies and with their bones? Are they the victims of the last reset?
And how do you have bones last so long anyway? Don't they biodegrade,
Boil
or are
them.
they preserved?
They boil them. They boiled them. They've all been boiled.
So that preserves them?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yep.
So how long, if you boil them, how long is that going to preserve them for? Forever, or?
Well, for a greater extended period of time than what they would last otherwise. I don't know what it is about it, but I do know that you boil them to preserve them.
So these bones that you think that they're finding or whatever, because I'm just asking, like, how old would those bones be, right?
I don't know.
A couple hundred years.
I don't know. How would you know? How
we
would
wouldn't. Yeah, we definitely wouldn't.
Right. We know that carbon dating's a bunch of fucking hooey. All we know is that it's at least older than me.
Yeah, it
or
sure
at
seems
least
that
older than the first people that saw this or discovered it or whatever. Nobody can really tell you who it was that built them or why. Right? There's no list of fucking, hey, what do you do? Oh, I build fucking structures underground out of human bones. Oh, okay. I was here to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage. Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying?
Fucking catacombs down
I
below.
know.
Ground,
What
right?
the fuck is going on? Who built them? Why did they do it? And why did they have all these human bones? Where'd they get them from? Somebody obviously went through the painstaking task of preserving them. And then later, forming the geometry and all these intricate things that are made from the bones that we find in the walls and in columns and everything else and altars. And what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
Why is that there? Why is that there?
These fucks
Nobody
were-
can tell you. So the graveyard was overflowing. So, well, how come the graveyards ain't overflowing now?
Right. Why not?
Exactly. What the fuck,
Think about
man?
it. In your hometown, how the fuck is your graveyard not overfilled? Think about it.
Listen, I've been here in this town for 30 fucking years, and there's graveyards around here that should have filled up by now. A lot of old people that live around here die. Where the hell they at, man? I don't know.
I know.
Oh,
That's my
Bodygate.
question. What's that? Go
Yeah,
ahead, Jeff.
dead body gate, right? No, but to be fair, on the bones that you're saying in the walls or whatever in the catacombs or whatever, it's like we really can't even prove that, right? Like, I mean, we get that information from the same source that lied about a lot of things, right? Our historians.
We don't know why they're there. We do know that they are there. We've actually had people on our side that have gone and visited these places too. We have them here in the United States. Right in New York City, there's an ossuary under one of the cathedrals there. And it's like, where the fuck are you getting these people from to put? I mean, the ones under Odessa, and there's some in, of course, under Paris, and there's other places around in Europe that these things are fucking vast. They go for miles. We're not just talking about a little cave decorated up with some bones. We're talking about literal fucking miles of catacombs and tunnels and shit.
It's not that I don't believe it, because I do, but just validation would be nice, because even people that are on our side have been known to be liars and plants.
Well, listen, they sell tickets to go into these places, man.
Right.
They
Without
sell
the
tickets.
bones
They're
and shit,
generating.
though,
Yeah,
right?
you go through. No, the bones,
The bones are there? Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, they sell tickets to go down there and walk around and shit.
Huh.
Well, I
And you
think
think they're legit bones? They're not like dinosaur museum bones?
No, they're skulls. They're human skulls and
shit.
femur bones and shit, man. Yeah, no, there ain't no doubt they're human bones.
And you could buy tickets and go look at this shit, huh?
Yes.
Huh.
Yeah, you can. And same thing in Paris. Those go for miles and miles.
Yeah, well,
I hear
the
the one in
catacombs-
Odessa makes that one look like a little one.
Yeah, the catacombs in Paris. That shit is fucking crazy. They made movies about that shit too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
I
all
think
kinds
that
of
during the
crazy
little,
shit.
so if you go to the little season theory, they all had to do it underground because Christ is reigning, right? So they all did it underground. That would make sense, right?
Well, also, if you believe in a mud flood, then everything was on top at one point, but obviously the ground is a lot higher. That's why half the buildings are underneath the ground as well. Some of them.
Well, I mean, if Christ was
liquefaction,
reigning,
liquefaction, man.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I just saw a thing you can make. If you take a piece of plastic tubing about 3/8 to 1/2 inch in diameter, about that long, and you connect it to a blade on a reciprocating saw, right? And then turn it on and stick it into the any like mortar or cement that's starting to set up, and it immediately just starts running like liquid again.
yeah.
Immediately. Wow. Earthquakes, tremors will make the ground have liquefaction. Buildings and shit start sinking in it. They start having mudslides, even though there's been no water introduced. Taking the existing water, I mean, it just vibrates it into an emulsion. See?
Yeah. I mean, they probably buried everything, and then restarted.
And it might not have been all at one time. It could have been a series of these things, these events taking place all around the world,
right?
At the same, around the same time, within the same,
right?
Maybe over the span of a year or two, or a couple of years,
right?
Yeah,
it didn't. I don't think it happened all at once, but
I don't either.
Yeah, it was a sequence of events that happened. That when Christ was reigning, when he decided to let Satan out of the abyss.
Yeah,
fucking shit got fucked up, which would make sense, right? That would actually fucking make sense why shit got fucked up. I don't know. Like, what do you think, Sav?
It's very, very possible, man. And there again, it's such a fuzzy thing to get into. Like the concept of which is what I'm going to show next about airships. We let one little thing like the Hindenburg take us away from using our airships? Really? I mean, how many fucking jetliners have crashed just since I've been alive? And it has stopped fucking air travel by jet, has it?
Right.
Well, no.
Yeah, with that logic, we would have banned cars as well.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, come on. And there were very few deaths compared to the amount of people that were on board of that. There were only a couple of deaths due to that of the passengers. I think there was more deaths by people on the ground that were hit by the dirigible itself. But it's murky. It was the humanity that got really got into it.
It's all fucked up, bro. Yeah.
It is.
It's all
anyway.
fucked up.
Here's this thing about the airships. I think you guys will enjoy this.
Have you ever wondered why modern airplanes crash, demand tons of expensive fuel, and turn a flight into an agonizing ordeal for your body, while a mere 100 years ago, our ancestors, it seems, held the secret to ideal air transport? We are told that history develops in a spiral of progress, from simple to complex, from a cart to a rocket. But what if I tell you that this line was artificially broken? What if we were deliberately, forcibly transferred from safe, silent, and practically eternal celestial leviathans to cramped, noisy, and dangerous aluminum capsules? Look at the sky. It is empty. But until quite recently, by historical standards, it was a bustling highway where giant airships cruised, capable of hovering in the clouds for weeks without burning a single drop of kerosene. You have been deceived. History textbooks lie directly to your face, calling the era of airships a dead end of evolution. But let's be honest. Can a technology that allows transporting hundreds of tons of cargo almost for free be a dead end? Or did it simply become a thorn in someone's side? The official version states that on May 6, 1937, the demise of the Hindenburg airship put an end to the era of airship travel. We are shown black and white footage of the burning giant, and the announcer's voice with tragic notes explains, "Hydrogen is dangerous, airships are cumbersome, airplanes are faster." This is a transparent lie that crumbles upon the first logical analysis. Think for yourselves. The Titanic sank, taking the lives of 1,500 people, but no one forbade building ships. Trains derailed hundreds of times, but we did not abandon railroads. And here, one disaster, only 36 fatalities, and an instant, total, global ban on an entire industry. Does this not strike you as strange? This looks not like working on mistakes, but like a planned purge. As if someone flipped a switch and said, "Enough. Now they will fly only the way that benefits us." Let's look at the facts that historians diligently sweep under the rug. Rigid airships, such as the Graf Zeppelin, made round-the-world voyages. They crossed oceans with a comfort that modern business-class passengers can only dream of. On board were restaurants, promenade decks, bedrooms with real beds, and even grand pianos. Vibration was absent. Engine noise was barely audible. And most importantly, they could hover in the air, simply using the laws of physics, rather than burning tons of fuel every second to fight gravity. And now, recall your last flight. Cramped seats, the hum of turbines, turbulence, and the constant fear that complex electronics might fail. Why did humanity, supposedly striving for comfort and safety, choose the second option? The answer lies not in engineering miscalculations. The answer lies in money and in control.
The era of airships was an era of independence. Imagine a world where cargo delivery costs pennies. Giant sky barges, operating on helium, or, as some researchers claim, on atmospheric electricity technologies, could have made logistics virtually free. This would have meant the end of the oil corporation's monopoly as early as the beginning of the 20th century. Who would have benefited from this? Certainly not those who were building oil derricks in Texas and Saudi Arabia. The airplane is the ideal consumer. It is voracious. It needs a complex airfield, long concrete runways, constant maintenance, and rivers of kerosene.
An airship only needs a mooring mast. Do you understand the difference? We were deprived of autonomy and put on a fuel dependency. This was not a technical revolution. This was a grandiose commercial special operation to redivide the world market, disguised as progress. But there is also a more frightening side to this story. Look closely at old photographs of New York, Chicago, or St. Petersburg from the early 20th century. You see spires, enormous spires on skyscrapers. We are told that this is merely architectural fashion, decorative elements. But engineers know that useless decor weighing hundreds of tons is nonsense. Take the Empire State Building. Officially, its spire was conceived as a mooring mast for airships. This is even acknowledged in guidebooks. But then they immediately add, the idea proved unsuccessful due to strong winds. Seriously? Engineers who built the tallest building in the world did not account for wind? Or perhaps the mast was used, and used actively, but information about it was erased from our memory, leaving only absurd excuses. There is a theory, supported by a multitude of circumstantial evidence, that the air communication network was far more developed than we are told. That a true empire of the air existed. Not just a couple of German Zeppelins, but a global transport system connecting continents. Cities were built with this system in mind. Those very giant arched windows on the upper floors of old buildings, huge flat roofs, strange beacon towers scattered across the world from Paris to Vladivostok. All these are parts of a single infrastructure that we have stopped noticing. We walk past the stations of the sky ocean and think that they are just beautiful cathedrals or administrative buildings. The purpose of these objects has been replaced for us, just as the very concept of what flight should look like has been replaced. Consider the cargo capacity. A modern transport airplane is a marvel of engineering, but it is limited. Airships of the past, judging by blueprints and rare preserved data, could scale almost infinitely. The greater the volume of gas, the greater the lift. Projects from the 1950s, which were quickly scrapped, envisioned the creation of atomic airships the size of small cities. They could have transported entire factories. They could have become flying hotels, scientific laboratories, hovering in the stratosphere for years. Why did we abandon this? Was it really because of one fire in Lakehurst? That sounds as absurd as abandoning electricity because someone was electrocuted. Here lies a secret far darker than mere lobbying by oil interests. The destruction of airships is the destruction of freedom of movement. An airplane flies from point A to point B along a strict corridor. It is easy to track, easy to shoot down, easy to control. The air ocean was blocked by a grid of radars and air traffic control zones. But an airship, capable of hovering over any point on the planet, capable of mooring to any tall tower, or simply lowering a rope to the ground in the deep taiga, that is an instrument of freedom. And freedom is what the system fears most. We were herded into cramped metal tubes not because it is faster, but because it is easier to control us that way. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. If we dig deeper, we will find evidence that airship technologies were known long before Count Zeppelin. And what we saw in the early 20th century were merely remnants, fragments of a more ancient and highly developed civilization that we lost. Or rather, that was stolen from us. Let's set aside emotions and turn to the dry, merciless logic of numbers and facts, which makes official historians' eyes twitch. If you think that the history of aviation developed linearly, then explain to me the phenomenon of so-called phantom airships. In 1896 and 1897, long before the Wright brothers supposedly made their pathetic jump of a few yards, thousands of people across the United States of America reported seeing giant airships. These were not isolated hallucinations of farmers who had too much corn whiskey. These were mass testimonies, documented in hundreds of newspapers of the time. They described searchlights shining from the heavens, the hum of mechanisms, and, most strikingly, crews who made contact with local residents. Official science calls this mass hysteria. But think about it. Thousands of people, without internet and communication with each other, described the same technical details of apparatuses that, according to textbooks, did not yet exist. This looks not like hysteria, but like observations of the remnants of a fleet that was still functioning until it was finally written off from the annals of history.
Annals.
Now let's look at the infrastructure. Have you ever been to Riga? The famous Riga Central Market consists of 5 giant pavilions. But few know that these were originally airship hangars, relocated from somewhere else. Appreciate the scale. These are colossal structures of metal and concrete, built to service aircraft. Who in their right mind would build such massive, permanent buildings for a technology that was supposedly experimental and unreliable? That's like building a spaceport for paper airplanes. The existence of such hangars around the world, from Germany to America, proves airships were not an attempt. They were the standard. This was the primary, basic technology of the transport network, for which the entire global industry was tailored. The sizes of these garages tell us that celestial ships were much larger than the about 1,000 feet that we are led to believe. They could accommodate leviathans capable of lifting entire city blocks. And here we come to the most interesting question, the question of construction. How were buildings constructed in the 19th century that we cannot replicate today? How were granite blocks and steel beams lifted to the height of skyscrapers in densely populated urban areas, when tower cranes, in the modern sense, did not yet exist? Look at old construction photographs. You see scaffolding, the ant-like hustle of workers, but you almost never see mechanisms capable of lifting 50 tons to a height of about 650 feet. What if cranes weren't needed because they weren't there? What if cargo airships performed the role of cranes? This perfectly explains the absence of roads to certain remote construction sites, such as mountain hotels or island forts. Materials weren't hauled through mud and impassable terrain. They were delivered by air. The skyhook technology resolves all logical contradictions of the impossible architecture of the past. We were made to believe that our ancestors strained with ropes and pulleys while gravitational platforms hovered over their heads. Now let's analyze the materials. Rigid airships, such as Zeppelins, required an enormous amount of aluminum and duralumin. Official chemical history states that the industrial method for producing aluminum was discovered only at the end of the 19th century, and this metal was worth its weight in gold. So where did Germany and other countries get thousands of tons of this metal to build hundreds of giant ships? The aluminum production figures from those years do not align with the number of airships built. This is a mathematical dead end. Either there were fewer airships, which is contradicted by photo archives, or the technology for obtaining cheap, light metal was known much earlier, but was concealed. Perhaps we are dealing with the remelting of remnants of a more ancient fleet. We see only the tip of the iceberg, those ships that engineers of the early 20th century managed to restore or copy using blueprints from a previous civilization. Another fact that makes one's hair stand on end is maps. Take 19th century maps. Huge blank spots, inscriptions like Tartary, unexplored lands. Yet, simultaneously, incredibly detailed coastlines and riverbeds deep within continents. How could cartographers create such accurate maps without aviation? Walking through the taiga with a theodolite is a task for millennia. Aerial photography is the only way to achieve such precision. This means that the sky was explored long before the official date of the first flight. Someone was flying over Siberia, over the Amazon, over Antarctica, and documenting the landscape from a bird's-eye view.
Right.
We are told these were brave solo travelers. But the mortality statistics for such expeditions suggest otherwise. Without air support, without regular supplies that only air caravans could provide, the exploration and mapping of the world within the timeframes we are given would have been physically impossible. Look at the problem of helium. We are told that airships burned because they were filled with hydrogen, as the US imposed an embargo on helium supplies to Germany. Consider the cynicism of that statement. Did one country monopolize a safe gas and effectively condemn the passengers of another country to death simply to avoid sharing a resource? Or was it part of a plan? Helium is an inert gas. Its extraction is complex, but not impossible. Why didn't other countries establish production? Or perhaps it's not about the gas? There are patents and diagrams from the late 19th century describing vacuum airships or apparatuses using the heating of ether. Yes, the word ether is forbidden in modern physics. It was erased from the periodic table, but engineers of the past operated with this concept quite seriously. If those old ships used not explosive hydrogen and not rare helium, but a fundamentally different physics of flight, then the Hindenburg disaster looks not like a tragedy, but like a theatrical production. We were shown burning hydrogen so that we would forever forget that it is possible to fly differently. The show succeeded. We believed that the sky is dangerous, expensive, and accessible only to select corporations. Special attention should be paid to the so-called mooring masts. They are found all over the world, often disguised as water towers, bell towers, or simply strange metal structures in fields. Why would a water tower need a complex system of ladders and platforms at its very top? Why do churches have spires reinforced with steel frameworks extending deep into the foundation? The answer is simple if you remove the glasses of official history. This is a network of stations. We live on the ruins of a global transport hub. Imagine that in 100 years, people will find the remnants of our gas stations and think they were temples dedicated to the god of oil. We are doing the same thing now, looking at the spires of cathedrals and not understanding that before us is an ordinary air tram stop. This system was dismantled with surgical precision. First, the ships were removed, then the stations were repurposed, and then the books were rewritten, calling the great era of air travel a short and absurd experiment. But the stones remember, and the metal remembers. If you start looking for traces of fastenings on old towers, you will find them. And these traces will tell you a story that they are trying to hide from us at all costs. If you think that the two world wars of the 20th century were unleashed solely due to the redrawing of borders and political ambitions, you are deeply mistaken. War is the ideal tool for destroying evidence. This is a global conflagration, consuming not only lives but also technologies, archives, and inconvenient infrastructure. Ask yourself, why were the carpet bombings of Dresden, Tokyo, and Königsberg so utterly devastating? Why did the Allies, with maniacal persistence, erase from the face of the earth precisely the ancient city centers with their unique architecture, spires, and domes, which seemingly held no military significance? The answer is terrifying in its simplicity. It was a purge. The ground ports of the Empire of the Air were destroyed. Logistic hubs that allowed humanity to be free from the oil noose were destroyed. While soldiers died in the trenches, specialized aircraft methodically demolished evidence that the world once functioned differently. We were thrown back into the Stone Age, forced to rebuild everything, but according to new rules that benefited the controllers. Look at the economic backdrop. It's the key to everything. The early 20th century marked the flourishing of oil corporations and banking clans that established the Federal Reserve System. They needed a world that consumed resources. The airship was an enemy of the consumption system. It was too autonomous. It didn't need to burn tons of fuel to stay airborne. Archimedes' principle works for free. Yes, engines were needed for maneuvering, but the fuel consumption was incomparable to the jet thrust required to keep a heavy airplane in the sky. The shift of humanity to airplanes and cars with internal combustion engines was the greatest scam of the millennium. We were forced to pay for every movement. If technological development had continued along the path of airship improvement, today a flight from Moscow to New York would cost less than a taxi ride. We are not paying for the complexity of flight. We are paying a tax on the inefficiency of technologies that were imposed on us by force. There is also a technical aspect that engineers diligently ignore. This is a question of lifting capacity and materials. Official science claims that the creation of giant all-metal envelopes represented the pinnacle of engineering ingenuity of that era. But let's look at the numbers. To lift a framework weighing hundreds of tons into the air, gas of incredible purity and volume is required. Gas purification technologies in the early 20th century, according to textbooks, were primitive. Where did millions of cubic yards of purest hydrogen or helium come from? And most importantly, how was airtightness ensured? Do you know that for the airship gas bags, allegedly the intestines of millions of cows were used? This is the official version. A membrane made from bovine cecum. Imagine the logistics. To build one airship, a herd the size of a small country's population would have to be slaughtered. This is an absurdity we are forced to believe to conceal the existence of synthetic materials or other gas containment technologies possessed by our ancestors. Either it wasn't intestines, or animal husbandry of those years was on a scale incomparable to the present, which again leads us to questions about the actual population of the Earth in the past. What if airships didn't use gas in our understanding at all? There are blueprints and patents from the late 19th century describing the use of vacuum cavities. The idea is simple. A vacuum is lighter than hydrogen.
Yes.
If a strong shell that can withstand atmospheric pressure is created and the air is pumped out of it, the ship will fly.
Yes.
Modern science says that creating such a light and strong shell is impossible even today. But we see giant metal cigars in old photos that do not deform. This means they had alloys whose secret is lost or classified. Perhaps it was precisely these alloys that the special services of all countries hunted for after disasters, collecting debris down to the last screw. Remember how quickly the Hindenburg wreckage was removed. It was literally vacuumed off the airfield and sent for remelting in Germany.
Right?
Why such haste? So that no one could take a metal sample and realize that it was not just aluminum, but a composite that we still cannot make. We must also touch upon the topic of atmospheric electricity. The spires of skyscrapers and cathedrals we discussed earlier did not just serve as mooring points. They were charging stations. An airship, by passing through electrified layers of the atmosphere or docking with a tower, could replenish its energy supply. This explains the absence of huge fuel tanks on the blueprints of some ancient airships. They were powered by the environment itself. By transferring us to airplanes, the elite cut us off from a source of infinite energy. An airplane is a closed system, dependent on a refueling tanker. The airship of the past was part of an open ecosystem of the planet. The destruction of this technology was an act of enslavement. We were sold speed in exchange for independence. We were told, "You will fly fast, but only where we allow." and at the price we name. And one more detail that makes one uneasy. Look at maps of air currents. Old navigators and aeronauts knew sky rivers, stable wind currents that allowed travel between continents without engines. Knowledge of these currents was the basis of navigation. Today, airplane pilots fight the wind, burning kerosene. Ancient captains used the wind. We have forgotten the geography of the sky. We view the atmosphere as a hostile environment that must be pierced by the force of turbines. But our ancestors lived in symbiosis with it. This loss of a mental connection with the planet is, perhaps, the most terrible loss. We ceased to be inhabitants of the sky and became its occupiers. And this paradigm shift did not happen by chance. It is part of a plan to turn humanity into biomass, disconnected from the real laws of nature and living in an artificial, imagined world of consumption and fear. Notice the strange technological gap in the middle of the century. After World War II, we see a sharp leap in electronics, but a complete degradation in monumental construction and mechanics. We learned to make microchips, but forgot how to build palaces and flying cities. This is not evolution. It is a substitution. We were given gadgets so that we would look at screens and not look up. Because if we looked up and remembered that silver giants once floated there, we would ask too many questions of our governments. Questions for which they have no answers, except lies. We live in the cemetery of a great civilization, and its biggest graves are not in the ground, but in the sky, which is now empty and sterile, like a hospital room. Now let's touch upon the most uncomfortable topic for academic science: demographic mathematics, which falls apart when superimposed on a map of past air routes. We are assured that at the beginning of the 20th century, the Earth's population was about 1.5 billion people. This sounds impressive, but try to compare this figure with the scale of the global infrastructure we inherited. Giant train stations designed for a capacity of millions of passengers per day, huge exhibition complexes supposedly built for temporary exhibitions but standing for centuries, and, of course, airship port projects. All this architecture screams that it was created for a world where many times, perhaps even orders of magnitude, more people lived. This is infrastructure for an ant colony civilization, where the sky was black with traffic. Where did all these people go? And why, immediately after the advent of kerosene aviation, do we see a strange gap in humanity's memory, accompanied by the destruction of old logistical chains? There is a frightening hypothesis that the era of airships was a period of highly developed globalization that was violently interrupted. We are not the heirs of that civilization. We are settlers, squatters occupying someone else's ruins. Look at old photos of cities. Wide avenues with a single lonely carriage, empty squares, deserted embankments. We are told it's just a long exposure, people blurred. But why then are the horses and trees sharp? The truth might be far more frightening. The cities stood empty. The transport network existed, the houses existed, but the people did not. Airships might have been not just transport, but a means of recolonizing the world after some catastrophe. They transported survivors or new people to deserted cities. But once the task was done, the elevators were switched off. The ladder was removed so that we couldn't climb back up and see who was controlling the process from above. The aviation we were given in return is a technology of isolation. Yes, an airplane flies fast, but it is tied to the ground even more strongly than a train. It needs a runway, an air traffic controller, fuel, spare parts. It's a short leash. Airships offered the possibility of autonomous living. Imagine flying homes, nomadic cities, drifting in warm air currents. This would have been a life without borders, without states, and without land taxes. That is why they were destroyed. Those in power don't need free nomads. They need taxpayers with registered addresses. The destruction of airships is an act of enslaving humanity. We have been nailed to the ground, forced to build fences and checkpoints, while our ancestors, perhaps, didn't even know the concept of state borders, moving through the air as freely as birds.
Think about the concept of cargo cult. During World War II, natives on Pacific Islands built straw airplanes imitating American military aircraft, hoping that the gods would send them canned goods. Are we not doing the same thing? We build aluminum airplanes, burn billions of tons of oil, trying to imitate the flights of those who came before us. We use the brute force of explosions in combustion chambers to lift off the ground for at least a couple of hours, while ancient technologies allowed effortless soaring. We are a cargo cult civilization that has forgotten the principles of how real machines work and tries to reproduce their appearance using primitive, available materials. Our jet engines are just very powerful bonfires that we light under our wings to be thrown upwards by hot air. This is barbarism compared to the elegance of anti-gravity or ethereal technologies, traces of which we find in the construction of old domes. There's another aspect, the security of the elites. Do you really believe that the powerful of this world, possessing trillions, fly on the same physical principles as us? That they risk their lives in aluminium cans? There are numerous accounts of black triangles, silent, enormous craft seen by pilots and military personnel. These are not aliens. This is precisely the preserved and perfected technology of the air empire. Airships haven't disappeared. They've simply gone underground, or rather, into the shadows. They've become invisible to radar, replaced bulky gas balloons with compact anti-gravity devices, but the principle remains the same: autonomous soaring. We were left with dangerous and expensive airplanes, so we would consume resources and be afraid, while they continue to enjoy the benefits of true aviation, inaccessible to ordinary mortals. The sky is divided into two levels. The lower one is for us, with turbulence and kerosene fumes, and the upper one is for them, silent and eternal. This technological segregation explains why all attempts to revive airship construction today run into an invisible wall. As soon as a startup emerges, promising cheap cargo transport by airships, it immediately goes bankrupt, faces bureaucratic hell, or its engineers suddenly disappear. The system strictly ensures that the monopoly on the sky is not broken. Remember the cargo lifter project in the 90s? A giant hangar, real prospects, and suddenly, collapse, and the hangar is turned into a water park. Funny, isn't it? The place where the ships of the future were supposed to be built became a place for entertaining crowds in swimsuits. This is a symbolic mockery of our ambitions. We are told, have fun, splash in the water, but don't even look at the sky. We are a generation from whom the sky was stolen, leaving us only a narrow window pane and an economy class ticket to a world where we decide nothing. But memory breaks through. In our dreams, we often fly without wings or engines. Perhaps this is a genetic memory of times when flight was a natural state for humans, not a purchased service from a transportation company.
Wow. What'd y'all think of that one?
Wow. That was wow.
Pretty good. Huh?
Yeah. Loved it. Absolutely loved it.
Yeah, see, that's
Yeah.
the kind of thing. I've wondered a lot about that shit, and I'm like, come on, man. They could do so much with that, but here we are. And this is why another reason, part of it, it's always multifaceted. They have to keep your mind off of that type of flight, right? Because then you start going, hey, wait a minute, how does that work? Well, they don't want you thinking about how that fucking works. They got to reinforce this gravity. Look, it's sucking you down. You got to have all this goddamn blowing shit up and thrusting yourself and all this other nonsense. No, you don't. No, you don't. Come on.
Yeah. They already had it figured out.
Of course.
Long time ago. How to travel.
Archimedes was how many thousand years ago?
Archimedes? What was that?
Like 2,000 years before Newton. I know that.
Well, they fucked up the timeline too, so.
Well, if you go by their narrative, right? Because I have these people, they say, oh, well, look, here's a G in the buoyancy formula. And I'm like, yeah, why don't you just use an A? Why does it have to be a G? And if it's a constant, just use that number all the time, right? You don't have to have a variable there. You just always use that number because that's a constant, right?
Yeah, should be.
Well, what you do is you figure out that that's just equating the weight. Okay? All you're doing is calculating a weight.
Right. They don't want to calculate that though. They don't want anything to do with that, dude.
No. So here's the thing. If the G in a buoyancy formula, right, it means 9.8 meters per second squared or 32 feet per second squared. It means that, then you don't need a variable for it, right?
No.
Okay, so a piece of fucking wood, a block of wood, and a block of steel that are both the same size will drop at the same rate, 9.8 meters per second squared or 32 feet per second squared, right? It's what they'll both fall at that. So how does that 9.8 meters squared help you in that formula? One floats, the other one doesn't. The steel block will not float. The wood block will float. They both fell at the same rate.
Right.
Right? You're always claiming, no, why they fall at the same rate? Okay, well, they fall at the same rate. So tell me how in a buoyancy formula that rate is going to help you unless you're using it to calculate the weight of the object. Right?
Yeah.
And that's under the assumption that weight is due to gravity. There's no proof that weight is due to gravity.
To be honest, I'm not even sure if.
Well, as was illustrated in this by using vacuum technology, right? Think about that. By using the vacuum technology, what are they proving right there? That the weight of an object is its relative density within a given medium. And when we create a vacuum, what do? We've made it less dense than the surrounding air, haven't we?
It's always been that way, but they don't want to accept it.
No, and they'll say, well, that's because of the weight of the air. No, it's not. It's because you changed the buoyancy of the fucking vessel itself.
Are we certain that the objects will fall at the same rate? Because the only time I've ever seen the demonstration is by compulsive liars. You know, they have cut scenes and
they get that in a vacuum and they say, well, that's to take away drag. Well, the medium or drag is the deciding factor, really, because it is the density ratio of the medium in comparison to the density of the object. It's just a ratio. That's all it is. It's a ratio.
Right. But like if you took a 14-pound bowling ball and a 16-pound bowling ball and went to extreme height, like 30,000 feet, has anybody ever demonstrated that? Or do we just rely on?
Well, see, they say in a vacuum. Okay, so when did you ever drop anything from any kind of a substantial distance in a vacuum? Right. Secondly, a vacuum is not really a vacuum. There's no such thing as that. Right. Vacuum is described as a deprivation of matter. Okay, but all you are, the best that can be done is a very low pressure system. Okay. That's the best that can be achieved, which tells us what? Just there's a lower pressure, which means that there is still a medium within the chamber.
Right.
Okay. So all we've done is thin out the medium. That's all. Okay. So what? You're still comparing objects to a now less denser gas medium. Now let's do the same thing in water. You see?
Yeah, it fucks up water. Yeah.
Yeah, because look, there's not any instance where, and let's face it, a large majority of Earth's life live in water.
Right.
Okay. We happen to live on the land in a gas atmosphere. Well, the gas atmosphere can't support us. Water can support us. And literally, if you think about it, when you go into the water in a lake and you start swimming, you are essentially flying above the surface of the earth. We call it swimming, but you are actually flying.
Yeah, it's buoyancy.
The earth is down below you. That's the bottom. That's the earth. The water's not the earth.
So, it's buoyancy, but according to them, gravity should pull us down, right?
Well, it should, yeah. And this whole idea of mass attracting mass is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Where would mass obtain? Where would an inert object? Why would it have, even though it has potential energy? How does it create a force with no depletion of its potential? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it does not.
It could never be a constant unless that energy source that's being converted into a force is continuously replenished. Where is that coming from? What mechanism allows that?
Right. It doesn't. Yeah.
It doesn't. It doesn't fucking hold water. It's
once again, it violates laws of nature. But my question, Saab, was about not in a vacuum. Let's say you dropped a 14. Just the aerodynamics will obviously slow or speed up an object as well through the atmosphere. But if you dropped a 14-pound ball and a 16-pound ball, are they going to fall at the same rate? I know our first reaction is absolutely, because that's what we've been programmed to say instantly. But have we ever demonstrated
I've never demonstrated it. I've never seen it. I mean, here's the thing that falls apart with their bullshit, right? Okay, think about this. We're going to take a 20-pound ball, right? And even whether you do it in a vacuum or not in a vacuum, okay, I don't care. We're going to take a piece of iron ball that's 20 pounds, and we're going to take another iron ball that's only 5 pounds. So the iron 5-pound ball is going to be a lot smaller than the 20-pound ball, right?
Right.
Now, according to what they say, the 20-pound ball has more gravity just by volition of its existence than the smaller ball does, than the 5-pound ball. Right? Because the greater the mass, the greater the gravity, right?
Right.
So, along with Earth's gravity, wouldn't the substantially larger gravity of the 20-pound ball pull it faster toward the Earth than the smaller gravity one does? I mean, wouldn't its own gravity be working with the Earth's gravity too? And it has a greater gravity because it's 20 pounds of iron as opposed to 5 pounds of iron. Wouldn't that 5 pounds of iron go slower because of that fact? It has less gravity than the 20-pound one, right? So you
From that
combine
perspective, absolutely.
You combine that increased gravity of that 20-pound ball with the Earth's gravity. That means that this one has more fuel, so to speak, so it can go faster.
Yeah, minus the aerodynamics, but yeah, it's illogical. That's all.
You see what? Yeah, it don't make any fucking sense at all.
Yeah, it's some nonsense. But the reason I asked that is because, like I said, I've seen videos of them demonstrating objects falling at the same time, but there's always cutscenes. It's like watching freaking NASA go to the moon. You know what I'm saying? So we get stuck having to question everything, even if it seems like it's an easy answer.
It's that magic fucking duct tape right there.
Yeah.
Gravity.
Gravelax.
Yeah. There it is. Gravity. The magic duct tape that holds their bullshit together. Okay, that's all it is. And without this assumed cause of an observed effect, they can't make up their pretend stories of orbits and all this other thing, which is another dumbass goddamn thing. Like this Artemis supposedly did a slingshot around the moon. How can you slingshot if you don't have any weight? You're in a weightless environment, right? Everything
they kept the momentum when they left the Earth.
Yeah, well, still, that don't mean anything. Your momentum don't mean shit if you ain't got weight.
I don't buy that shit. You know, they claim that they preserve their momentum when they take off from the Earth's surface, but when you head the opposite direction of the alleged spin, you should lose all momentum when you go opposite direction.
It's all fucking bull hockey, man. It really is
ridiculous, man.
It is all just fucking bull hockey. When
my nephew tried to argue with me that shit.
Fuck, it can't stand. It can't stand.
My nephew tried to argue that shit about the momentum keeping, it's keeping its momentum when it takes off. But it's like, dude, you're going the opposite direction of the spin of the Earth. You're heading west.
Right.
How the hell you keep momentum when you're going the opposite direction?
You can't. It's impossible.
That's so stupid.
Makes sense. Yeah, it's fucking stupid, dude.
Yeah. It just blew my mind. He just still
imagine an airplane trying to do that. Like if you're trying to, it doesn't make any sense. No matter what you cut it. It's
that's another thing.
Really put it together, and it's like, no, wait a second. Okay, so even like thrust in space. Let's think about that. You have to have a medium to propel. You have to push against the medium. Okay, there's proof of that. I'm going to go back to my my example of swimming or flying above the earth in a different medium. I can propel myself forward by pushing the medium with my hands and shit in the water. I can't do that in the air.
Right.
Okay.
No, you can't.
All right. So
of course you can't.
Same with the boat. It needs the water to push off with the prop, but it can't do it out of the water.
Right. You have to have something of stand. So what do you, it'd be like, have you ever seen that cartoon of where I guess it was the coyote. He was on a skateboard and he had a wash tub hooked to the back of the skateboard with a boat motor tied to his ass, sticking down into the wash tub. And he turned it on and so then he was pushing himself down the road. That's the same thing. That's exactly what they're doing. Right.
Brought to you by Acme.
Did you ever see that one where he's doing it?
I did. That's funny.
That's great, man, because it's like, okay, so I'm on a skateboard, I tie a fucking bucket of water on there, and I put the motor down inside it, the boat motor down into the bucket of water, and zoom, off we go. Right? Sure.
Yeah. And now that you say that, isn't that like some predictive programming or just like some more mockery at the very least, isn't it?
It's probably mockery.
Yeah, it's just
because they're always having that motherfucker using rockets and shit too. I don't know. Maybe it gets seeded down in your mind, but all it did to me was go, hey, wait a minute here. That makes me think of something else here, And if part of the thrust equation is weight as a consideration, in other words, to counter the resistance, that's what you're supposed to be doing, then what the fuck are you countering? You don't weigh anything. Nothing. You're in a weightless environment, remember? So if you're in this weightless environment, nothing plus nothing equals nothing.
Stupid. There's no thrust. You can't thrust.
Right.
It's fucking stupid, dude.
Yeah.
Blow fire if you can. It would just blow fucking fire out the ass and nothing happened.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you would just jeez.
Listen, this is one of the reasons those rockets arc over kind of naturally as they go up, because they start losing power.
Right.
You understand? Because the atmosphere starts getting thinner. And there's less to push against. So they start falling back and they arc over.
But the dumbasses think that it's going to space.
Yeah. It's trying to match the curve of the Earth.
It's going to outer space. even though it's fucking curving downwards towards the fucking ocean.
Oh, no,
Like, no, it's going to space.
Maybe they'll get lost at the Bermuda Triangle. There's nobody on it. There's nobody on it.
They're going to China space. You know, that's the other way. You know, it's down there.
It's not a,
A
there ain't even nobody on those fucking things. I'll guarantee you that.
Oh, hell no.
There ain't no way you could get anybody on one. They'd die. They'd be dead.
Yeah, we've seen our top pilots, the best of the best, can't even barely withstand, 2-3 G's without looking like they're about to die, or physically about to die. But then, all these astronauts can get on a rocket and do 25,000 miles an hour on a re-entry.
They put Katy Perry went up into
Katy Perry.
Give me a fucking break, dude.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, listen, guys, I'm 4 hours. I'm going to get off here, man. I'm getting tired.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna go
Appreciate your sub.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate everybody,
y'all coming up, man. It was really good having you. I don't know where Cubby and D-Man was in the chat. I don't know where Cubby's at tonight. I don't know. I'm gonna have to mark him absent. Oh well. We'll hope to have him. He comes back soon.
Give him a tardy slip, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna text him here in a little bit. And
his perfect attendance award is out the window.
Didn't he say he was going to be doing something? I think yesterday.
I wasn't on last night, so I wouldn't know.
I can't
recall. Either way,
y'all have a good night, man.
Yeah, man. Thanks everybody for coming up, and don't forget, everybody, as we always like to say, don't forget the Lord loves the working man. Never, ever, ever trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him because he'll probably kill you. And if you heard the shot, it probably wasn't meant for you. It's better to shit in the sink than it is to sink in the shit too. So don't forget that. But keep your head on a swivel, man. There's some shit happening fast, man. Think about that airship thing too. Make sure you comment, like, share, subscribe. And there's some really cool books in the description. If you go to Tamara Cheville's link on Amazon, she's got books on how nukes are not real. The flat earth, she's got one that contains a section called Sovisms, and it kind of presents the things that I've brought here, like the swimming versus flying and that kind of thing. She's been on the show a few times. She might be watching, probably. She usually watches on the rebroadcast, I believe. And let's see. I think that's just about it. So everybody take care. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Tomorrow night, of course, our usual Tuesday night broadcast. So we'll see you then. Everybody take care. Good night.